Good morning. In Dublin, and to be in this great surrounding today. For the 15th time, we are organizing this forum for energy consumers. It's really a pleasure to be back in person. We had it last year in a slightly different venue, but this one is really exceptionally nice. And we had also a very good second roundtable of regulators yesterday in a building next to it. So I think we have really good discussion yesterday, and I'm very, very optimistic that we also will have a very good discussion today. For the support, I would like to thank the team of EVA, from the regulators, from the Irish regulators, and I would also like to thank for the support from the Ministry for Environment, Climate and Communication, for the organization of this event. As you know, this forum is a platform to discuss about the rights of energy consumer, how to protect them, in particularly the vulnerable, the poor consumers, but also how to make them more active. So how to really find then solutions to make consumers more active. Last year, when we met around the same time, we were in a deep energy crisis, in an unprecedented energy crisis. But we had all together the EU member states, the stakeholders, the industry, and everyone. We came out of that crisis last winter without any major blackouts, but still we have experienced peak prices, very high energy prices a year ago. We have stabilized relatively the energy prices, but we are still monitoring the situation very, very closely, and we will hear about that also during the morning in our speeches. But I think it's really a key message that with all the solidarity of the 27 EU member states and the stakeholders, we managed to get out of the deep crisis, but we are still very vigilant. The prices are still not at the level of the pre-COVID, and we still have geopolitical and other issues to really watch and be careful. And that's why today we will discuss how we can learn and what are the best practices from the crisis. We will exchange how to effectively protect consumer also this winter and beyond, how to ensure access to the adequate warmth, cooling and lighting, and energy to power appliances. This is one of the bases of our recommendation on energy poverty, which we released 2 weeks ago, and which has also shown some more recent figures that nearly 10%, 9.6% of the EU population has problems to adequately heat their homes. That makes it to nearly 40 million Europeans who have problems to adequately heat their homes. So this is the framework of the discussion today. We will hear from citizens, associations, communities, system operators, project developments on what needs to be done to empower consumers to take active part in the clean energy decision. But for now, I think the key point is also that we listen first to my commissioner and the minister, and then that we start the proactive, the interactive. We also want to hear your voices, your opinions, your comments, your experiences from the crisis, and what to learn out of it, and how to make structural changes for the future. In Europe, we have done a lot, but I will come back to that later. So for now, I would really very much warmly welcome, on behalf of DG Energy, on behalf of my commissioner, Kadri Simpson, and she will now say a few welcome words by video. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it in person today, but she's very happy to address a few words via video. Thank you very much for now.
Good morning, Dublin. Greetings to all of you from Brussels. I'm delighted to open this 15th edition of the Citizens' Energy Forum alongside my esteemed colleague, Minister Eamon Ryan. A big thanks to the Irish Commission for regulation of utilities for hosting this important event. The past 2 years have not been easy on people across the EU. The energy and cost of living crisis have really taken their toll on households everywhere. Last year, around 40 million Europeans could not keep their homes warm enough. This is a serious situation that concerns nearly 10% of the population, a sharp increase from just under 7% in 2021. As temperatures drop and the winter sets in, people will again be worrying about their well-being and their bills going up. This is something the European Commission is very concerned about and eager to tackle. It remains my priority as EU Commissioner for Energy to ensure access to affordable energy as an essential good. Today, I want to talk a bit more about the Commission's work in this respect. First, we are providing EU member states the right support and incentives to better protect consumers. Just 2 weeks ago, the Commission adopted a recommendation on energy poverty, complementing the existing one. It has 25 recommendations for different policy measures that EU countries can implement to tackle the root causes of energy poverty. These are of particular relevance for the ongoing update of the national energy and climate plans and the submission of social climate plans. These plans are unique opportunities to set structural improvements in motion. Thereby, member states can make use of significant additional EU funding to better protect poor and vulnerable households. Second, the European Commission has put forward a proposal to overhaul the EU's electricity market design. This important piece of legislation considers many of the lessons learned from the crisis and sets out to better protect consumers from high energy bills. It bans disconnections for vulnerable consumers. It aims to guarantee better rights to fixed-term contracts, and it establishes suppliers of last resort so that no consumer ends up without electricity. Just last month, we got the go-ahead from the Council to enter the next phase of negotiations, and I will ensure the proposal is adopted before the end of this Commission's mandate. And third, we are putting a strong focus on the clean energy transition. Homegrown renewable energy is not just cleaner, it's also cheaper. And it ensures that we are less reliant on other countries to supply us with gas. After Russia began manipulating the EU's energy market and invaded Ukraine, we took the bold decision to wean ourselves off Russian gas and go all in on the clean energy transition. Our efforts are paying off, and in the last 12 months, for the first time, the EU generated more electricity from wind and solar than from gas. We want to ensure now that citizens and communities across Europe are fully involved in driving this energy transition. Whether it's in district heating and cooling, offshore wind development, building renovations, or putting solar panels on public and private buildings. The Energy Communities Repository and the Rural Energy Community Advisory Hub have been helpful in this regard, providing support to 57 communities across 14 EU member states. But we are also aware that we need to step up on skills. European workers must have the right skills to secure green jobs. This will make the EU more competitive and also solve our skills labor shortage. We are working on different fronts to address this. We are especially prioritizing large-scale partnerships to strengthen collective action on skills development. Only with our consumers protected, our citizens engaged, and our workers equipped with green skills will a wider social energy transition materialize. Dear friends, just a few weeks ago, key representatives from different European consumer organizations, regulators, distributors, and energy suppliers signed a joint declaration for the second year running to help consumers get through the winter. It includes measures to promote bill deferrals, prevent disconnection, minimize unilateral contract changes, and provide clear information to every consumer. It was an important moment and an initiative which the Commission proudly supports. Ultimately, it shows that we are all in this together. We all have our part to play, policymakers, public authorities, different players in the energy sector and NGOs. And this is what this forum is about too. Today, you have the opportunity to hear and learn from each other on how to protect and empower consumers this winter and beyond. I wish you all a very fruitful discussions and thank you for everything you do to protect consumers and alleviate energy poverty.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Katri Simpson. I think she really clearly underlined also the role of consumers in that clean energy transition. I think this is something we will definitely come back, but I think when we learn about our debates and discussions also in Brussels and in the capitals and in the cities, we need to take the citizen and the consumer along when we discuss and when we prepare further developments in this clean energy transition. And also from our part, we would like to thank all the stakeholders and the organizations who came up again for this winter for strong recommendations, how to protect and how to empower consumers also this winter and beyond. But without further ado, I'm very honored to welcome the Minister Eamon Ryan, Minister for Climate and Energy from Ireland. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Melchild, and good morning, everyone, including everyone online. You won't be able to see where we are. We're in the library in the RDS, full of old books. And I'm just reflecting. I was at an event recently, Department of Foreign Affairs were hosting, and they made the point, some smart person, they're mostly smart in the Department of Foreign Affairs, made the point that I think the first reference to Europe as a concept may have come back in the 8th or 9th century from those monks who were clinging onto the west coast of Ireland in their beehive huts, very aesthetic outlook and settlement. They went all over Europe with sharing some of their sense of the world. And part of their tradition was, I only read about this summer, is that when visitors came back to the west of Ireland, you would feed them and look after them and educate them. And I hope everyone here who's in the hall who's visiting from overseas is having a good time in Dublin, and you're very welcome. I wanted to share just a few thoughts and maybe to give one message in my mind in this issue about Citizens Energy Forum. Maybe just give a message, what I see as confidence in our European position, in where we are in the world, in a very turbulent and difficult world. I mean, incredibly difficult. It's been raining here in Dublin for the last 6 months. It was the wettest October ever. It was the warmest October ever. It was the wettest summer ever. It was the warmest summer ever. It's weird what's happening in our world. And we first of all need to give confidence or get a sense of understanding as citizens. Can we manage this energy transition that we have to do towards a more stable, safer world? And in that, for Europe particularly, we know we grew up, I'm a certain age now, grew up in a world where we, the wealthiest 20% of the world, consumed 80% of the resources. And that's not going to be the future for Europe or for my children and their children ahead of them. We're going to be living in a world where we have to be really efficient and we have to protect our welfare and prosperity by using resources really intelligently, including energy resources. And in that, I suppose this is where I want to give the sense of confidence. I think Europe can and will be good at the energy transition towards a low-carbon future that we need to make. And where there's real uncertainty at the moment in Europe in terms of future of industry here, or how we afford this transition, because energy poverty is an acute issue, I believe that the approach we're taking in Europe will work It'll see us with good advantage compared to China or America or other areas in the world who we are engaging in this energy transition at the same time. We have to do it together. We have our differences. I'm on the Energy Council as well as the Environmental Council. We spent half our time seeming to argue about nuclear versus renewables. But actually, I believe if you look at the underlying change that's happening and the way that it's happening, it gives me confidence we can make this leap we need to make. It is centered around the development of renewables and efficiency. That's not just in Europe. Coming from the climate pre-COP negotiations last week, I think it's fairly clear we're going to agree a tripling in renewables, a doubling efficiency by the end of this decade as the first two key planks of the agreement we're going to need to reach to meet our climate targets. And renewables have certain characteristics, certain disadvantages, not the energy density of fossil fuels or nuclear, but the ubiquity, the diversity, the security and stability which comes from relying on power supplies where the fuel cost is fundamentally zero and the resource is not going to go away, or it's owned, or it's controlled, or it's managed in a different way to the centralized hierarchical energy systems that we've got used to in a fossil world in the last 2 centuries. The characteristics, as I see it, of a renewable energy future, and there's a new industrial revolution taking hold, which is centered around this, is in the balancing between variable supply and variable demand. And whichever continent or whichever countries or whichever communities are good at that are going to be the ones that prosper and succeed and protect their people and make the transition fastest. That dance between variable supply and variable demand, I think we need to look at in 3 ways. Firstly, we need to think very big, almost intercontinentally in my mind, in terms of how that can work. I believe one of the most important things we in Europe are going to try and push and negotiate and agree in Dubai next month isn't just our position, but it's making sure that our neighbors in Africa and in the Middle East and other parts close to us have a similar opportunity to prosper and develop in this energy transition. It's not fair. I mean, it's good for Belgium, it's good for Holland, but it's not fair that those countries have as much solar power as the entirety of Africa, which receives 60% of the solar radiation. And it's not in our interest for that imbalance to exist, because in stabilizing and in providing for energy for the 650 million people in Africa who have no access to electricity, and allowing their industries to develop in the back of this new industrial revolution, it will give us diverse sources of supply, it will give us work to help them and assist them doing it, and it'll give us security in the big migration and conflict challenges which we're seeing in the world today because of climate change, because of the fight over scarce resources. So first and foremost, we have to see this not just as a Europe protectionist, close the doors, build the wall, protect ourselves on our own. It makes sense for us to share this revolution with our neighbors and other wider parts of the world as much as possible. Secondly, going from that kind of big picture down to a European scale view, we need, in my mind, to move away from the national obsession that still exists in energy policy to this day, even though the Union was founded on energy cooperation more than anything else. We all know as energy ministers that you tend to focus on your own market. You tend to see, well, I can change this within the confines of my own border. But the truth is, in a new renewable energy system, where all this balancing between variable supply and variable demand, the optimal approach is when we do it actually on a regional and indeed Europe-wide basis. I was talking to Eva McEvely, we were chatting yesterday and we were again today, and we were just passing notes the way you do with your regulator about if we build interconnection with France, who benefits? Well, both Ireland and France, but also Germany. The transmission grid network we have has all sorts of flows passing through Europe, including passing by bottlenecks and constraint and congestion points that actually you can realize when you start looking at this, our European electricity system truly operates across borders, and it's about time we as ministers start thinking in the same way and cooperating in terms of regional flows and the ways in which the market works. Thirdly, and going from that kind of thinking about that way, even when you come down to the national level, we need to bring it down to community and down to the level of the citizen in how we design and run this. And that is clearly what this conference yesterday, today, and tomorrow is all about. I just wanted to share a couple of very short reflections. Firstly, obviously the last 2 years we've been through really difficult times, all of us, in terms of very high energy prices for our citizens. Ireland hit as badly as any country because we're reliant on expensive gas for half our electricity and for 800,000 of our homes. So we've been exposed and have high prices on the back of that dependency. It was interesting. I met 13 of I think we've got 13 energy supply companies, isn't it, Aoife, in the last year on a fairly regular basis to find out how they're treating customers who are in difficulty, what their views is, market structures and where they're going with prices and so on. One just thought that came out of it is we do benefit from the competition that our European energy design systems helped create. Maybe there was too much focus on that. There was a kind of an obsession back in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s. It's all about the market. Just create a regulatory system where you have market competition, let the market do everything. And we have to move on from that because I don't believe the market will meet all the needs, and just exclusive reliance on that would not serve our people. But as we make the change, we should be careful not to throw out some of the benefits that competition brings. Not just in pricing and keeping people honest, but also in the scope and the chance for innovation and development of new ways of doing things. If you have 13 supply companies, that's going to happen in a better way than if you have 1, 2, or 3. But having said that, and this is where I say we need to change from just a market-solely approach, we also need to go into a world, particularly in citizens' engagement to energy, which is much more collaborative, much more innovative in doing things in a new, different way around how the market itself functions and works. One of my heroes in the whole energy transition is Mary Donnelly. She's former head of renewables and efficiency within the Commission. She is now chair of the Irish Climate Change Advisory Council. And I had the privilege of being in Brussels about 10 years ago or so and meeting Mary, and she said, you have to meet someone. You have to meet Dirk van Singen at a conference that we were at in Brussels, where you were showing Dirk some of the work that you were doing with EcoPower in terms of what I see as the evolution of where we may go, where it's, yes, it's market, and yes, it's obviously both generation and consumption, but also innovation in terms of ownership structures or in terms of the power and role of the citizen in the energy company as an example of this sort of innovation that can come when you have a variety of different supply options. I met Dirk in a pub in Dublin last night, the way you do, and he was just briefly telling me that your customers, your citizens, your shareholders, 250 euros, 75% of the shareholders in the supply company have one share for 250 euros, but they benefited, was it some 500 euros you mentioned last night? Drink was had, drink was taken, as they say. And that's an example of, I think, where we should be going and what we should be looking to do. I met Ruth Buggy coming in here this morning. I met Kate Ruddock last night as well. She also, to mention people who are good at this, you were saying to me, Ruth, working with the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland, we have 775 sustainable energy communities now in our country, and we are only warming up. We should be looking at the example from companies like EcoPower to think how can we empower citizens to be active and engaged and proactive as producers as well as consumers. And it keeps changing. Like, this is not easy. We'll make mistakes. Like 10 years ago, people thought small windmills would work. They don't. In economics, they will in certain very isolated, certain conditions. But who knew 10 years ago that solar would take off in Ireland in this rainy, cloudy country? And so we should be using the technological innovation that's happened mixed with new sustainable energy communities to test and trial and work out new ways of doing things. A couple other points. In protecting people, and I'm just going back to Ireland now, this maybe was a strange one to bring up, but one of the things I feel I've learned in the last few years, is that one of the sort of measures, and this is an example of innovation across Europe, people could look at other examples. The carbon tax system we have here in Ireland, I think is proving itself really an interesting example of what can be done. And I know that's controversial. I see Darren, my colleagues from the Oireachtas here might have different views. But from my perspective, this mechanism we have, every year automatically pricing carbon going up, and the revenues, what's critical about it, the revenues is hypothecated. 1/3 goes towards protecting the most vulnerable, increasing social welfare provisions to help protect against energy poverty. 55% goes to retrofitting of buildings, particularly again targeting those on low income, which is the best way of protecting against energy poverty, and 15% goes to farmers to help them make some of the transition. I just cite it as an example because we're about 3 or 4 years into operating it now, and in my mind it's starting to work demonstrably in terms of providing a stable income to do the retrofitting no matter what the budget situation, and actually providing social welfare increases to help people in energy poverty, which is a critical challenge we have to face. Lastly, I'm sorry, I'm conscious of time, and I could speak for much longer here because this is a critical issue. How this industrial social revolution unfolds is critical for all of politics. It's not just an energy issue. This is key to the economy. It's key to social welfare. It's key to every aspect of politics in my mind. One of the other truths, it seems to me, and now we understand this revolution, is that there are 3 revolutions taking place at the one time, and they're all interconnected. Yes, we have this clean energy revolution, this incredible leap in not just PV or wind, but also battery storage and all the other aspects of the clean energy technological revolution. But also there's a digital revolution, and the two are connected. We know in Dublin more than anywhere else where we have a lot of Europe's data centres that unless they go low carbon, they don't have a future. So they need clean energy to be able to work. And similarly, the clean energy revolution needs digital. If it is a dance between variable supply and demand, and you have to send really sophisticated, clever signals to everyone when to turn things on and off, and how that's done in a non-moral choice every minute of the day, working out what you're doing on energy, then you need digital. And similarly, there's a third revolution taking place in transport, and I think they are connected. In Ireland, our biggest challenge in reducing emissions is going to be in the transport side, because we have an embedded car dependency from decades of thinking that way. But that too is changing, where clean energy is central because all transport has to be electrified, like so many aspects of society in this revolution, but also it needs digital, so that you go towards a more sharing, more efficient model. The whole use of automation and other will require digital as well as clean energy. So I just mentioned all 3, and this is where I think Europe is going to have an advantage. The question is, who's going to be best at regulating that digital, clean energy and transport revolution? And yes, the States has the IRA where they have $1 trillion in tax credits given to the energy system, clean energy system. And yes, in China, they're incredible. They're now rolling out 1 gigawatt solar farms, and they're going to triple polysilicon production in the next 3 years, which gives hope to the whole world. If we can do this collaboratively, not competitively, not trade war way. But Congress can't agree whether it's Wednesday or Thursday. And China will have real difficulty making the grid and other connections you need to avail of all of that clean power in an efficient way. The question is, can Europe do it? On the back of is it 20 pieces of Fit for 55 legislation that we've agreed now? An incredible sway of energy efficiency, renewables, alternative fuels, all the massive wide gambit of European legislation. And I think in the end, we can and will. It still requires flexibility. One thing I would say to the Commission, and I have the highest regard for DG Energy, I think they've done really good work, particularly through the energy crisis in the last 2 years. I've seen the delivery of an incredible response at speed, along with the Council and the Parliament, which shows European institutions are strong. We have ability in terms of guiding the path forward for our people. But the words of another friend of mine, I'm using this as an opportunity to mention colleagues and friends, Brendan Devlin from the DG Energy, Irish fella, kind of. He is Irish. I remember him saying to me something once, we just need to be careful in how we set laws. We need to listen to a grandmother in Italy somewhere. Would they understand it? And are we creating enough flexibility in how we do this so it's not just one centralized rigid law that determines everything? Because more than anything else, as I was saying to Jim and Aoife, our energy regulators, when we met the other day, what we need now is to be willing to make mistakes. What we need to do now is to be the head and forefront of this revolution by being really allowing citizens and companies and community energy groups experiment and learn by doing in how we make this efficient leap. There is expense in it. There is the cost of building the grid and the storage and all the other systems you need to get this balancing capability. But it's a hell of a lot cheaper than sending all our money to Qatar or UAE or Saudi or beyond. And ultimately, it is, I think, it requires more than anything else, trust of the citizens in the system that we're developing and our trust in them by giving them the power to make some of the decisions. A digital revolution, more than anything else, requires trust in who has and who's using and how are they using your data. And I think we in Europe can be better at that. A trust requires trust in your neighbor, that we know, just as when the French were hit by that storm last week, our ESB network engineers were on the first boat to help put back up their wires. And trust also requires that in the difficult circumstances when power is tight, we know that the interconnections between countries will keep going. Its trust is going to be at the center of what's needed in this revolution. And I trust in our union, I trust in our people here at home, and our neighbours right across the union. I think we can make this leap. I think it will be good for our citizens when we give citizens the power to make it happen. Thank you.
Many, many thanks, Minister Ryan, for your very inspiring words, and also to remind us also about the bigger picture, the global picture. As you say, we are in a few weeks, there's COP28, and we are very much engaged from the Commission side, not only on the climate, obviously, negotiations, but also on the energy side. For example, we are pushing very much, our President, that there are global pledges for energy efficiency and renewables, so that we really, in the EU, we have the laws, it's not enough, we have to implement them, but we also want the world or the global pledges of tripling renewables by 2030 and doubling all the energy efficiency efforts. And I hope we can get that agreement also at COP in a few weeks. You also mentioned a lot has been done last year and this year at the EU level, and thanks also for all the colleagues you mentioned and are engaged with. I think we all together had, with the member states, with Ireland and others, a very intense debate. And I think we all learned a lot, but I would agree we learned what 122 article is and the basic for emergency measures. But now is also the time to engage, to make it structural and really to make it happen. And we can make errors, we can make faults, but I think it's really important to make it happen. And you also mentioned the need for innovation and technologies. I think yesterday we had a few examples already, and I think we will get from today's panelists and stakeholders many more on what's possible already now. We saw examples from a few regions and communities, how they came together and how they use apps or other smart devices to really make a difference in also better to match the flexibilities, the demand and the supply at the time where the price is lowest, or when we can avoid peak hours and peak prices, and what all this is happening. And I was quite impressed what's already there, and I'm quite optimistic that also going forward with the clean energy transition, many more of these examples will be seen across the EU. You also mentioned the consumers and what Ireland is doing for consumers, in particular for the most vulnerable, for buildings. We're also in the midst of negotiating the energy performance of buildings, which is not that easy to convince everybody to make really the necessary steps here. And you also mentioned the 3 revolutions between clean energy, the twin with the digital, where we're very much engaged as well. I appreciate Ireland. We heard it last year, and I'm happy to hear it again on the data center side, what are the challenges, but also on the transport side. Last but not least, you spoke about trust, and I think this is very much the topic also of today, the trust in our people, the trust in consumer, the mutual trust, the way we are getting forward. So big thanks for supporting us today, hosting us in Dublin, and for your inspiring words. With that, I think we are going to the next panel, to the plenary session on protecting consumers this winter and beyond. I will make a few opening remarks, and then I will invite the moderator and the stakeholders to discuss and come here and discuss with us. So first of all, I would like to come back to a few things which had been mentioned by my commissioner, Katrin Simpson, but I think which gives the level playing field, the state of where we are for the discussion in that first plenary. It was mentioned that we have updated our energy poverty recommendation. I think what was surprising to me, that still we have nearly 10%, 9.3% of the EU population which cannot adequately heat their homes. And that has been rising from 21 to 22 by 10 million people. I think this is half of Ireland population, so it's huge. We have seen in the crisis that this energy poverty are people who are in a situation which are unable to access essential energy services and products, and it can impact their health and their ability to also fully participate in the society. I think all countries in the EU are concerned about that. There are obviously differences between the EU member states, but generally I think that is something we should be much more caring about it and taking steps. We have the clean energy package already, I mentioned it yesterday, which we need to implement because there are some really issues for member states to take action, to be obliged to identify the exact number of households in energy poverty in order to be able to reduce this number and take measures to address it. We have also in the Energy Efficiency Directive, for the first time, a definition on energy poverty and the right frame in a coherent way across the EU. And energy efficiency, it's not only the directive, it's really something where we will see that with measures in energy efficiency and energy savings, we can really tackle the bills, the energy bills, we can really make a difference. I already mentioned the EPBD, the Buildings Directive, where we need to support right now in the last steps of the negotiation from Parliament and the Presidency to continue and to enable also buildings to be better and better insulated, but also bring the benefit then to the vulnerable in order to pay the bills and have less high bills in that sense. Apart from all the regulatory work, I think the funding, the public funding is necessary. The private funding definitely as well, but we have the recovery and resilience plans, we have the cohesion funding, and we are setting up the social climate fund once in the next 2-3 years to accompany the measures we have been introducing in the NTS. We have already heard about the national energy and climate plans. We have 21 national energy and climate plans already submitted. It's a tool to not only plan ahead for 2030, but to get all stakeholders on board. It shouldn't be seen as must and a must administrative burden. It's really something the ministries can get together with the stakeholders and to look how can we make sure we reach these ambitious targets for 2030. And from the Commission side, we will assess those once they are in and support the member states to really have them ready by for 2024 and then for 2030. We discussed other things about the recommendation, which is about information sharing, skills development, and durable solutions on energy poverty. So I think we have made a step forward with this recommendation, which was accompanied by the joint declaration, and I'm very happy that we have all 9 signatories of the joint declaration here together, and we will hear from Monique and Sierra later in the panel what this means and how we can make sure that this joint declaration for enhanced consumer protection also this coming winter can help everyone and that no one is left behind. Then I think we already heard about the next steps for Fit for 55. We are in the midst of negotiating the electricity market design, which we hope to conclude with the Spanish presidency end of this year. It's quite a challenging timetable, but it's there also. There are many, many elements to protect the consumers, to give them choices, to have fixed contracts and variable contracts. We discussed that yesterday in a very intensive manner, but it's also about having even more energy communities. I'm happy to hear that Ireland has a lot of good examples, and then energy sharing. So we have and will have the regulatory framework ready for this Commission, and then obviously the implementation. And I think we can accompany that by this fora, by a communication, by digitalization, by innovation, and by trust in the people. So I think there's a lot we can discuss, there's a lot we can build on for the consumers, and I think that is the way we can plan the debate today and also be better prepared for this winter, next winters, and also have that clean energy transition as something which is of interest for all, not only for the elite, but really for everyone to take part. With that, I would like to invite the moderator for the first panel, which is about the protecting consumer this winter and beyond. I would give the floor to Louise Sunderland, the managing principal from the Regulatory Assistant Project. You will introduce the panelists, and I'm really very much looking forward to the debate. Thank you very much, and thanks again, Minister.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much indeed. Can I invite my panelists, who I'll introduce as they come to the stage. We are very lucky to have Annegret Grobel, the President of the Council of European Energy Regulators. We have Monique Goyen, the Director General of BEUC, the European Consumer Organization. We have Baiba Miltovica, President of the 10 section, which is the Transport, Energy, Infrastructure and Information Society section of the European Economic and Social Committee, and Halina Jagilska from the Young Energy Consumer Task Force of the European Youth Energy Network. Hello and welcome to you all. We have Halina on the far side, Annegret, Baiba, and Monique, if you're not already familiar with our panel. So thank you for being here. We are in a relatively short panel going to briefly reflect on last winter and the lessons learned, and then we're going to look forward to the future and look at some of the long-term, more structural solutions that we can identify for alleviating energy poverty. So Annegret, if I could come first to you from the kind of regulator's perspective, what were the lessons learned from last winter, and how do we ensure we are prepared for the future?
Many thanks, and welcome to the audience as well from my side. I think we have more or less 5 lessons, which I would like to outline briefly. I think the most important is that it was important to provide soon the support to the consumers, but I think it is also very important now or in the future to have it more targeted. So to really focus on those that are most in need and not just on everyone. So that makes it much more efficient. We are also, as CR, of the view that any sort of these measures need to be always temporary and time limited, again, in order to ensure that consumers remain and understand their usual behavior, and that in that sense the price signal is not suppressed. So that is important also for energy saving and other measures that we want consumers to do. So therefore it is important that the emergency measures and the support are phased out as appropriate, of course, and only focused on those that are most in need. I think that is what we would like to see in the future. For all of this, it is very important to continue as regulators to monitor the market in order to be able to fine-tune the measures where they are most needed, to have the indicators and the measures that signal that there is someone in need to get support, and not just monitoring or collecting data for the sake of collecting data, but really defining it carefully and with the purpose, looking at the purpose for which we want to collect the data and monitor the market. So that is something that we also see as very important measures for the future. I stop here for now and
Thanks,
continue.
Annegret. That's a real canter through, and I thank you for that. But I mean, it is clear that the crisis last year and before, really challenged our consumer protection framework. We saw in response the declaration of enhanced consumer protection, a voluntary declaration signed last year, re-signed this year. So what does that tell us about the suitability of the long-term framework? Is there something that needs to change?
Yes, first of all, I think that the energy crisis has been a game changer for the better. I mean, really, sometimes, never waste a good crisis. And it has not only highlighted, not temporary, but also long-standing dysfunctionings of the energy market. And on the other hand, it has also really been able to give a boost to the idea or to the obligation to get away from fossil fuels. So this is being said since ages for the green transition, but it took geopolitics and this crisis to really boost the actions. So we found, from the consumer perspective, that the response by policymakers and by stakeholders was amazing, and also by the people. We all have reduced the temperature in our houses, and the joint declaration is a symbol of that, and we really welcome this joint declaration. And we welcomed also the second signature of this joint declaration, because it's really a continued commitment that their consumers need to be protected against in those difficult times. However, we need to take account of the fact that the energy market is much broader than those who have signed the joint declaration. And this is going even to be much more intense with the digitalization, much more stakeholders or players in the market, and also with decentralization of the energy market. So for us, the whole market needs to provide a protective framework, meaning there must be a regulatory intervention. And also, this is very important to also realize that a commitment is only good as long, and not just a piece of paper, if it is being respected by the people who commit. So there must be also like the stick behind the door, and that doesn't happen with voluntary commitments, but with regulation. So that's where we welcomed the proposal of the Commission on electricity market design, which takes over several of the provisions of the joint declaration, and proposes, and we hope that the co-legislators will validate that at the end of the process, to indeed tackle some of the key problems that consumers have been facing, like disconnections, ban on disconnections, unilateral changes of fixed price contracts, which is in fact a disgrace. And so we really we look forward to have this codified, so the principles and the commitments of the joint declaration being codified in the EMD. One thing very important is the ban on disconnections that is in the proposal currently is about vulnerable consumers. It is very important to make it totally clear that energy poor consumers are a category of vulnerable consumers. We now have a definition of energy poverty, thank you, the EU. So we should use that definition in order to make it very clear that energy poverty is one of the reasons for not being disconnected in case of problems.
Thank you, Monique. Yeah, I think that final point that, we do need to be thinking at a wider group of people and specific different situations beyond just the definition of vulnerability, really, really important there. Also, interesting, Barbara, I'd like to come to you because Monique said there's been a lot of big responses, an amazing response actually last winter, and people looking for lots and lots of different solutions to control their energy bills. But there are risks in some of those solutions. So what potential risks should people, but also policymakers, be identifying or mindful of in some of these messaging and actions?
First of all, good morning. Good morning, participants. Nice to see you after 1 year again in this forum. I would like to say that we have European Commission recommendations, and in these recommendations we see that 18 countries have definition of energy poverty. We have legislation in place. We have rolling out many renewable energy technologies. We have more and more solar panels due to the International Energy Agency data. This is really skyrocketing. We have more and more many other technologies producing green hydrogen, having many other things in place. But the biggest problem is actually enforcement. So we have instruments, we have tools, we know where is the problem, we know where it lies. But actually enforcement is the key issue. And if you go back to member states, they take energy poverty as hot potato. So municipality is bringing it to ministry, ministries are bringing one to another, so they still don't have a cooperation mechanisms, and they are not dealing with issue in a comprehensive manner. I will give you just an example, because we indicated, and each member state indicated vulnerable consumers, how many they are. For example, in my country, we have 160,000 vulnerable consumers. It's not energy poor, but vulnerable consumers. And from them, I asked the ministry how many get the specific social support, because Annegret mentioned that last year we really produced a lot of specific measures. Only half get these energy support schemes. So my logical question, what other half is doing? How they are surviving or how they are managing? Probably they are getting out of energy poverty. So you see, we don't have really analysis what is happening with people that are left behind. So, and I think you can find it in every member state. Second issue, what Monique mentioned, is about fixed price term contracts. And this is really a big problem. Why? Because if you decide as a consumer that you would like to switch energy provider, it costs you enormous. And due to our National Consumer Organization research, we made that some of the contracts penalty cost 8 times more than energy bill. So I think it's not really sustainable, it's not really balanced. So how you can ask 8 times more than energy bill? So you see, there are problems, but I mean, it's not a magic. You can find in any country these kind of examples, and then you see how these people are really organizing their lives, and sometimes I'm really wondering how they are managing really this energy transition and energy problems, I would say.
Thanks very much, Baira. I think you alluded there to a question I'd like to kind of drill down into, which is that energy poverty is a complex problem. You've identified the need for cooperation. You've also identified some measures are not reaching the people that need them. Halina, so thinking about the measures last winter, maybe if you could also take us forward into a future-looking discussion as well, thinking about these kind of different specific measures for specific household needs, household types. What types of tailor-made solutions do you think are most suitable and needed for young people, young families? If you could give a reflection.
Yes, thank you, Louise, very much for this question, because during our 6-month-long research analysis that we conducted in ION, we saw that there are virtually no policy measures that focus on youth specifically. And I would say, also coming to this, last winter was quite hard on youth as well, because like speaking from my personal experience, I, for example, wasn't able to attend
university classes because my university simply couldn't pay for the energy bills. So just to start with the first part of your question, so regarding young families, like the solutions that we would like to promote would be, for example, the affordable tariff plans with fixed or capped rates to provide more stability, and also rebate or tax credits which will be targeted specifically at the young families, as well to include them in the prosument market. But those recommendations, then they can be also expanded to the youth in general, because as it was identified, 25 to 40% of the income of the youth that lives alone, it goes to the energy expenditure. So this is, I would say, quite a substantial amount, we can agree. And of course, like the bottom line problem would be the inability to find suitable, efficient, affordable housing for youth. But like, this is the bottom line, this is, I would say, the other problem. But also, just commenting on the energy poverty, so the first, we think, solution that could be also implemented at the EU level, promoted at the EU level, would be collaboration between different stakeholders. So, for example, I think, like, I won't elaborate on this more because I think we don't have time, but to address this very complex issue that is energy poverty, the collaboration is, I would say, crucial. And for example, this can be made so that there can be discounts from the energy suppliers. You can mix this with the energy efficiency education, and we think that such mixed solution will be more efficient than just, you know, help from one stakeholder, one party. Another thing that we would like to point out is the, let's say, tenant-centric approach. So I think we can all agree that tenants, they very often, they cannot really decide, you know, they cannot change the supplier, they cannot decide what the source of the energy will be. So I think this is something we have to address, and it's very often not addressed properly. What could help, we think, here would be granting, let's say, financial support to the people that are renting out, to the renters. And while we see that there's an effort put to reinforce the EPC standards, I think it's still, I would say, in the tenancy scheme not enough. You know, we should, I think, supply the tenants with some like actual power, maybe even to step out of the lease agreement if the EPC standards are not met, because they really cannot make it right now. And about like more, I would say, general approach, still we would like to, I think it's important to address energy poverty as a social issue. So it's important to include all the vulnerable groups, also youth, because while it is important to grant support to the families, to the elderly, I think, as I said, youth is also quite struck. If the 40% of income comes into energy expenditure, that's a lot. And also, as we always say, but I think it's still important to highlight, just promoting the youth literacy regarding the energy efficiency, giving us, I would say, space to speak up and maybe even formal roles in governing bodies.
Thank you, Helena. That was a real whistle-stop tour through a whole range of measures, from multiple measures, collaboration with different stakeholders, through to specific measures for renters, and of course, kind of energy literacy and broader measures. Monique, I mean, you're really well placed to comment, I think, from the experience of the consumer groups. What, from your point of view, are the most effective and importantly replicable measures? And maybe if you could, this is a bit of a challenge, but could you also comment on just a word or two on how we move from these emergency measures that we've been in the last few years through to these long-term, more structural measures? For me, that's a big bridge.
Well, that's a big challenge to answer. Well, first of all, I would like to say, let's be very concrete, because I think that we have all the solutions. We just need to roll them out. And if you want really people to get out of energy poverty, my first suggestion would be, don't wait for them to come and see you. Because those people, I mean, energy poverty is a concept, and it is important that we have it as a specific policy concept, but when the person is energy poor, they don't call themselves poor. They don't know where to start with. Food, education, health, energy. So they are struggling, and they don't want to be labeled as energy poor. So it is important to go where they are. And there is, I think, one stakeholder that is maybe underrepresented in the Energy Forum, which is the social workers. We have carried out, some of our BEUC members, consumer organizations, some of them are here in the room, have carried out, you were part of that, a project thanks to European funding called STEPS, Solutions to Tackle Energy Poverty, where social workers have, so our members have been teaming up with social workers to train them on how to get out of energy poverty with very low-hanging fruit, you know, install LED lights, put the tapes on the windows, put a shower cap. And this was very effective because those people know where the energy poor people live and they go to their homes with physical contact. And that's really, don't expect an energy poor person to download an app and to try to get a YouTube video explaining them how to do that. So it's really important to be aware of the specificities of that vulnerable group. The second thing I would like to say is that in order to get, I mean, the most obvious element is retrofit houses, because that's the major part that makes people energy poor is non-renovated housing. But don't count again, even if you make those energy solutions, those be it heat pump, be it retrofitting, more affordable through different ways, collective purchasing or subsidies, this category of consumer group is not able to participate in that financing. So that means, first of all, because they are not the owners of the houses, and then they don't have the money. So that means that you have to take action via the landlords, private or public or social landlords, because they will need to act so that the houses are being retrofitted or upgraded into more energy efficient houses. And there what is very important is to really realize that it is, I will say provocatively, a waste of public money to provide allowances to energy poor people if they continue to have high energy bills and to still be cold. And cold also sometimes meaning sick, health problems. Mm-hmm. So that money could be maybe better invested in providing energy efficiency solutions to their homes, and it would be also better for the transition. So in terms of making those long-lasting, provisional measures long-lasting, this is a question of political vision and of political will. You need to provide the framework in order for this to be rolled out. I think the skills are there, even if there needs to be some upgrading or like more critical mass, and the solutions are there. You need just to roll them out. Just to roll them out.
Just.
And yes, what I wanted to say, a last word, sorry. And I really think, and that might be maybe a little bit a wild idea, but you know me, that's how I am. Always, never being resting on the laurels. I think we might consider, and I'm very happy to see that in the Commission recommendation on energy poverty, there is an acknowledgement of tenants and the problem of tenants, but maybe we need to move from an energy policy to a housing policy. Now this, we know it's not a European competence, because it's more local, but there is so much wealth in the different local and national and regional initiatives that can maybe inspire, and that the European Union could be a place where those best practices or those ideas are just being gathered in order to be able to roll them out. It can be a soft intervention at European level to promote housing policies that are inclusive and that are also, of course, contributing to the green transition.
Wow, yes, thank you. That was a big question, and that was a great answer to. I'm particularly interested in the moment you said that very often, if there's a subsidy scheme or perhaps a financing scheme, this is not suitable, this is not reaching people in energy poverty in particular. We do need specifically designed policies. And I would also say prioritization. I think this is something the Energy Efficiency Directive sets out as well, prioritization of lower income households and energy poor households, to address this kind of really complex issue. So, on that train of thought, Annegret, we've identified, obviously, energy poverty is this hugely kind of multi-dimensional problem. How can regulators help address such a complexity?
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, energy poverty is much more than energy regulation, so we can only play a part. And Halina was mentioning already that it is important to bring together the different organizations, authorities that do have a saying in this multidimensional problem. And this is maybe then also the role of the regulator to provide the necessary information, understanding, and in particular also it was mentioned the word trust earlier on. it is difficult sometimes to convey the messages to the energy poor and to provide trustworthy information that they can also understand. So I think that is something where the regulators can play a role in coming from the market monitoring, of course, but then, let's say, helping to translate it into the various policy measures so that they, in the end, and I think that is something that we really need to bear in mind, that there is a behavioral change. Yeah? As Monique was saying already, it doesn't help to subsidize this forever. Yeah? This is not changing the behavior. So we still need to make sure everyone, all consumers understand their contracts and make a choice what really serves them best, etc. And this is something where regulators can provide a lot of information and communicate also with the energy consumers in general. So I think that is something where we can contribute to this multi-dimensional problem, and then see that this then also plays into the longer term energy transition. So we want to empower consumers to benefit from the energy transition, and we are well aware that there are a lot of different categories of consumers, but we want to make sure that also those that are, let's say, not so active yet do understand the mechanisms, and then also have a chance in the end to get cheaper bills, etc., because they save energy, they use more energy efficient equipment, and after all, they also do have then contracts that serve their purpose best. Yeah? Because I think sometimes there's an understanding that the fixed contract or fixed price contracts are the best. Not necessarily, yeah. So the consumers may also benefit from flexible prices, of course, with the necessary contractual management, contractual relations, that the risk that these prices, let's say, have inherently are not unilaterally piled upon the consumer. Yeah, but on the other side, if we want the consumer to be active, to provide flexibility, etc., we also have to make the consumer understand the benefit of this activity.
Thank you, thank you. Helena, if I can come to you, Annegret there was talking about obviously the consumer's role. We all need to, I think we've heard that already a lot this morning, we're all needing to take a much greater part. How can young people contribute? What's the role of young people, do you think, to the inclusive energy transition, where we recognize that different groups of people have different needs?
Yeah, to this I would just like to make a bottom line. So I strongly believe that if you want to engage someone in any movement, in any action, you have to first understand their needs and include them in this action, in this case, combat against energy poverty. And as I said, we analyzed, I would say, substantial number of countries, and there were no policies that are targeted at youth. Even more, sometimes some policies do apply for the people that have a certain income, but just don't apply to students. So I would say, again, if you want to engage, you have to include first to make it work. But like going to certain solutions, I would say I'm a strong believer as well in the knowledge-based activism, so to say. So I think we can all agree that youth is going to be the generation that is going to be the most indulged in the energy transition. And already I think we can see that youth takes initiative very often. There are like several examples, I think, of grassroots initiatives such as Schools Initiative from Poland, where I come from, that are gathering the momentum right now, and they try to highlight the issue of energy poverty as well. They try to disseminate the knowledge. But what we need, I think, is again the collaboration. So, for example, we need the knowledge-based activism. We need also the backup from the experts, from consultancy centers, from observatory centers, to give us the, I would say, decisive knowledge to make our actions better, just better. And of course, as I also said, we need the space to do that we need the financial support. So I would say the backing up the grassroots initiatives can be beneficial for us all. Also because I think youth can be named a generation that is digitally literate, you could say. And we think this can also be, social media can be a nice way to disseminate the knowledge about the energy poverty and how to tackle it. And also I think what comes to mind also about the dissemination of the knowledge are the one-stop shops for the consumers. But I think it's quite obvious, it can be seen that very often there's a huge stigma in reference to that. For example, for lots of people, I think it's quite hard to just go to, for example, local municipality office and say, okay, I'm struck by energy poverty, I cannot make it. So the youth initiative here, it's already starting, would be to propose, for example, online one-stop shops, like the first 8 one-stop shops online, to lift this stigma and help the people in need to reach out, actually. So that would be the recommendations for now from us.
Thank you, Helena. I think in that last point, echoing some points made by Monique about kind of enabling people to access services where they naturally find them, whether that's online or whether that's through other service providers that they're already accessing. I'm very, very aware of time, and I realise we will start shortly to be eating into the time of the next panellist. But Barbara, if I can come to you with possibly the most difficult question of the panel, which is listening to everything you've heard. I wonder if, from your point of view, if you could identify, one or a small number of what you would say were the biggest priorities in addressing this long-term structural issue of energy poverty.
I think Monica already mentioned, but I mentioned that already 3 or 4 years. Housing is a key. In tackling energy poverty, the housing is a key. If you ask where for the Commission to look at, and actually it is the competence area, it is financial instruments. So there are cohesion instruments for the member states, the recovery resilience facility, there are many, many number of instruments, and we are in the middle of this, using these instruments. So we are using already 2.5 years, all of them. But you will be surprised how limited number of housing renovation rate is done. It's really limited. It's not even in hundreds, it's in 30, 40, 50, not more. So I would look there. Why it's so limited and why for so generous funding that is available for municipalities, why it is so slow? Probably there will be replies regarding very difficult administration, very difficult documentation part that is needed, because in my view, if you talk about multifamily block houses, which is quite a difficult topic, inhabitants in these houses usually have funding, their own funding. All what they need is push up, so they need really co-financing to move on. And this is this symbiosis that is, it's magic why it's not progressing more than it was expected, because actually some member states got even more than in previous multi-annual financial framework. So I would look there. The second issue is what you mentioned, the students mentioned, because I was also in university in the winter time when it was really cold and heating was not on. So I know how it is for students and also for the lecturers. But when it comes to house renovation for energy efficiency, it is fundamental to make sure that the cost of renovation is not passed from owners to tenants. So this is a key, that tenants are not really able to grasp all these expenses. And you mentioned also digital solutions. For example, we need to also think that, that consumers are encouraged and using more and more smart solutions as possible, but we need to remember about different vulnerable groups that cannot use them, or they cannot use them as they are designed. let me remind you about different social groups like blind people or any other that are in this category of vulnerable group people with disabilities. So we need to remember about social dimension. We also need to remember about pensionable age people. So how to better make these devices more easy, understandable, and really activating consumers to take part of that. Otherwise, yeah, I would say housing is a key. Again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's improving housing quality is also a subject very close to my heart, and I think as Mechthild identified earlier, we do have an opportunity with the Buildings Directive, still under negotiation, and I think really important points you made there about the kind of financing that's available. I always hear it said that there's a lot of money available that could be spent on renovation, but there's little that must be spent on renovation. And of course, when we do know there are renovation projects are complex. The solutions are there, we do know their solutions are there, but they are complex. And if you can spend that money on a bigger infrastructure project, then sometimes that's the route, the sort of path of least resistance that's taken. I will canter on now to ask impressions from the audience through our Slido poll. So if you haven't already, scan the QR code and answer the question, really putting the question to you now. What do you think consumers need most to help them manage their bills? I'm hoping it will come on the screen once we start to get some votes. And it is. I feel like we need a drum roll. And of course, our speakers have identified already a number of measures all the way through from the housing quality standards that we've talked about. Particularly, we've talked about a lot of measures for renters, through to information. Oh, information is coming up there hugely, and money. Interesting there that I think someone mentioned the living wage. I think that is something that we haven't talked about actually on the stage today. We made the link with housing policy. We didn't make the link actually with income policy and living wages. So I think once again that's another element that identifies this sort of multi-dimensional, sort of multi-policy approach that we need to address energy poverty. I'm talking a lot. Would any of our panelists like to reflect on something that surprises you there? And if not, I'm going to take 2 minutes, if I may, for questions from the audience. If anyone has questions, could you please raise your hand? I'm looking at the organisers because I know I'm running slightly over now, but I have 2 minutes, thank you. Raise your hand, please, if you have we'll take, 2 or 3 questions all together. Do we have a microphone for the middle? Or please stand up and introduce yourself. And if you would like to pose your question to a particular panelist, then please do so also. Maybe if you could, how loud is your voice? Thank you. Very important question. If there's another question, I'll take 2 and we can answer them perhaps together. If there isn't, then I feel... Was there someone you wanted to ask that question or just generally to the panel? For the people online, I'll just recap. That was a question from the European Federation of Energy Cooperatives, and it was asking about how do, I think, if I may summarize, how do cooperatives compete for funding, for money to do energy poverty programs against, you know, organizations with more resources, commercial organizations where those are identified. Barbara, I feel like this may be a question for you.
No, because I'm drafting, I'm also involved in project management issues, so I know what you mean. I mean, you need to be brilliant in your project. You need to give a very interesting activities, very good tools. You need to try to be innovative and give added value. Nothing else I can mention, because competition is competition. It's really up to the funding requirements, then yeah.
I think the more general problem, I agree with what you said. I am not an expert on state aid guidelines, so I don't see a way around those. But the bigger issue, and that is also in other, for other applications the case, sometimes the applications are so complicated, bureaucratic, that you need someone to explain to you how you fill in this, and besides the stigma that some people have. And maybe this is an issue where, let's say, simplification would bring the money to those that really need it. Not only in the specific case that you were raising, but this brings me to this more general remark that all this funding is there, but sometimes the bureaucracy simply is putting you off. Yeah? I tried once for my sister to apply for something that she was entitled to, and it took me 2 hours. So.
And Monique?
I would like to give a positive note there, because I think that we can also trust the panels who analyze the bids or the projects, because I mean, we have been competing against the big four and those very high-flying terminologies, and I think that those who are the jury who is analyzing the projects, and if they are interested with, you know, like if the added value or the value of a project, even if it is maybe less well presented as the usual suspects, if I can say, I think it has as many chances to win. Because if you can already overcome the bureaucracy of filling in the project.
So thank you very much, everyone. I think if I may offer, I'm not going to try and summarize. I mean, I think I've been summarizing as we go along. We've covered a huge amount of ground. I think we've come forward. Thank you to the panel with a lot of different ideas that we need to take forward. A lot of that's around collaboration between different stakeholders and between different policy areas. So I think that gives us a sort of framework within which we can spend, you know, the rest of our day speaking. I would encourage you, with the permission of the panel, to come and chat to us during the breaks as well about these further about these long-term solutions, so we can continue the discussion. And I will hand over to Mathilde to introduce our next panel.
Thank you very much, Louise, but also Monique, Baiba, Annegret, and Halina. It was a great panel. It was also good for once to have an all-female panel. So I think we touched upon a number of issues, and what I retain also is that the housing issue is as such a big issue. As it was mentioned, there is not an overall direct competence for the European Commission or for the European Union, even though we are in the midst of negotiating the Buildings Directive, which is more about the energy performance. But there's a huge likelihood that we not only conclude the file, but that we can introduce minimum energy performance standards, which is something we have proposed for the very first time, and Parliament and Council, which are now the co-legislators to look at it, at least I think there and a number of other things we can advance. And that is the framework, but there's a lot what we can do, and here the Commission has a role, and I take that point, that we provide a platform to exchange best practice. I think we shouldn't underestimate in that area, but also in some other areas like the forum today, that bringing the people together from different parts of Europe can also help to learn from each other. And we had that yesterday, we have it now in the panel, and that brings me also to the next panel, where we will look now in the second plenary session more closely what has been done on the ground to help or to control energy bills. And then here we have also invited NGOs, a consumer association, a local authority. So we have, again, stakeholders, representative from different parts of Europe. And I think that is already a start to exchange different views and different best practices, and also to discuss possible solutions, which we then can also translate not only in a legal framework, this is one thing, and I agree that enforcement, implementation here is another big thing. There is public money, there is some EU money, there is some money in the recovery and resilience plans and facilities, which is foreseen for innovation, but it's often a drop in the ocean. There's much more at the national, regional, and maybe also on the private side. With that, I would like to invite Ruth Buggy, who is the moderator for the second plenary session. She's working at the Sustainable Energy Communities and Smart Grid as program manager at the Sustainable Energy Authority here in Ireland. So, Ruth, you will have the floor, and you will introduce the next panelists until around 12 o'clock, and then we will have a lunch break. But first, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning. And just to say, I think it's really exciting to be part of the session that's talking about solutions and how we can replicate them and share those stories. So we have 4 presentations this morning, but before the screen might be taken over by those presentations, if you want to go into Slido and just have it open so that you can ask questions as the session goes along. Usually there's an opportunity to vote if you see a question you like, so that'll bring it to the top. So when the 4 presentations are over, we'll all have the opportunity to see those questions and be able to share them with the audience. So the 4 presentations, and I would like to invite my 4 presenters up this morning. We've Izzy Petrie from St. Vincent de Paul, Ireland, and she'll give a presentation on supporting people to meet their energy needs. We've Benjamin Wilkin from Energy Commune, Belgium, about sharing electricity with energy poor households. Tudor Drambarin from Alba Iulia municipality in Romania, implementing energy efficiency in social apartments, which obviously came up as a key challenge in the earlier conversation. And finally, Thomas Bobinger from VZBV in Germany, finding the best energy deal, variable versus fixed price offers. So our presenters can either choose to present from their seat or they can choose to come over here, so whichever you're more comfortable with. I think you need the controls to flick your slides on, which I think is here, so it might be easier for you to give your presentation from here if that's okay. Izzy's presentation should be available first if that's okay. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, and thanks for having me. It's really good to be here and hear from so many different kind of groups and perspectives, and also just really welcome the focus of the day and the discussions. So to start with, I'm going to introduce St. Vincent de Paul and our particular perspective on this, and I suppose share our experience of supporting people to meet their energy needs, particularly with a focus on this time of very high prices and the impact on people in energy poverty. I work for an organisation called St. Vincent de Paul. We're the largest voluntary organisation in Ireland. We were founded in 1844. Our members who forms SVP, St. Vincent de Paul, and our volunteers work across a range of activities, including charity shops, social housing projects, family resource centres, education bursaries, and many other activities. But the main work carried out by SVP members is home visitation, which is a system where members work very locally within their own communities to offer practical support and friendship to people who are facing poverty and exclusion. So we have over 10,000 visitation members who respond to requests that we receive. And last year we received over 230,000 requests from the public. And while each situation that our members would respond to is unique, common areas of support that we provide, that we respond to, is people needing help meeting food costs, help with the costs of education, engaging with education, people struggling with different aspects of housing, whether that's affordability, housing quality, and also energy costs. So to just spend a little bit of time on some of the particular impacts on people that we have seen during the energy crisis. This is something that our members have seen very close up over recent years. While we would have supported people in energy poverty kind of much longer than that, a lot of these factors have obviously been exacerbated and really come to the fore in recent years as people are kind of managing bills that are rapidly became twice as high as they ever would have managed previously. So the scale of the impact is clear in our national statistics in Ireland, with over 370,000 people in households unable to keep their homes warm enough. That was in 2022, and that was double the previous year of data. Rates, so that's around 7% of the population, but rates are much higher for certain groups, including people who can't work due to ill health or disability, people who are unemployed, and also one-parent families and other groups as well. So in terms of how that has translated through to our members and the requests we receive, requests for help specifically to do with energy increased rapidly. They increased by 40% year on year to last year, and looking so far this year, we're seeing another increase of 50% on last year. So these are kind of huge increases year to year, and we're really seeing that continue. Some of the areas that we see people particularly struggle with are around prepayment meters. People simply don't have enough money to keep the meter topped up throughout the week with the same budget that previously would have gotten through the week. So the simple kind of juggle that has to be made there is they either, the meter cuts out completely and there isn't energy, or people have to ration their energy use to the barest minimum to get through the week. We see people who are on prepay meters for bill pay customers with huge bills coming through, and the kind of huge bills come through in the summer as well as the winter, and people will have either really, really struggled or won't have been able to pay off the bill by the time the next bill comes around. And very much going into this winter, people are often repaying bills from last winter still. So this has a really significant effect on physical health, on mental health, and I think that's been mentioned already today. This has very real, tangible effects for people in their lives, and there's also that wider public health implication that really needs to be addressed. And it also has wider impacts on different aspects of people's well-being, including their kind of financial well-being as well. So in terms of how we would support people to meet their energy needs, these are the three pillars of SVP's mission, and just kind of to relate that to how we support people in terms of energy, we provide kind of confidential, tailored support to people that works with their particular circumstances. This might include direct financial assistance, as well as signposting and connecting people with other support available to them. We support people towards independence and longer-term solutions, including the need for specialised support. And we work for social justice, building on the knowledge that our members see in their work to understand what's happening and advocate for better systems and for long-term solutions. And just to finish up, I hope I'm keeping to time, we very much see that more support is needed. Overall, we would like to see Ireland commit to a statutory target to bring energy poverty down and ultimately to end energy poverty. The transition that is currently underway, digitalisation and decarbonisation, is a moment of change, and that brings an opportunity to intervene and eradicate energy poverty, but only if that opportunity is taken. A few of the kind of more specific but key points that will need to be done to achieve this in Ireland includes making sure income supports are adequate, and that is both energy-specific support, such as our fuel allowance, being paid at an adequate level, and expanding eligibility to all households that need it, but also the adequacy of our social security system more generally, to make sure that when we do see inflation, when people are meeting rising energy costs, but also rising food costs at the moment, that people's income is adequate to meet their essential needs. We also need tailored energy advice that is face-to-face and is tailored to people's individual circumstances, and I think that's something that I've already heard sort of touched on, or my reflection on what's been said already today. And that's kind of providing support to people as they need it, so whether that's they're facing arrears, they need help navigating tariffs, but also as a bridge to those bigger projects, those energy efficiency measures or retrofitting measures. And finally, we need to see strategies in place so that retrofitting and that long-term solution does reach everyone in energy poverty, and particularly looking across the sectors and the different housing tenures that people live in. And one area that we would be particularly concerned about is people in the private rented sector, and the potential for an ever-increasing kind of gap in standards for low income, in particular, private rented tenants. So I'll just finish there and hand back to Ruth, or hand on to the next person. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Izzy, and left us 2 minutes to spare, which is great, so more time for the conversation later. Benjamin, you're up next, if that's okay? Thanks very much, yeah. If you're okay there, 'cause the control room is on.
Excellent. Hi, good morning. So I'm Benjamin Wilkin, I'm working at Energy Commune. And I will share some feedbacks that we get from the implementation of a solar electric sharing activity in a social housing, the so-called Sunset project. So Energy Commune is dealing with renewable energy since 1991. And from 6 years now, we are very active in the renewable energy sharing and community area. And so here are some milestones of our activities in such area. But what is renewable electricity sharing? So physically, it's quite simple. It's the exchange through an active producer, the excess of a producer of solar electricity, for instance, through the public grid, from the local producer then to a local consumer. So both are equipped with smart meters, and the balance of the amount of electricity is done every 15 minutes. But looking at the administrative aspects, you do have one contract between the consumer and the local producer to get the excess of solar electricity, if it's the sun, the sources, to the consumer, and then the consumer will pay for this electricity. And still, the consumer keep its usual contract with the conventional supplier, so to say, to get electricity when you do not have enough sun, for instance, and you will pay as well for this electricity. The idea is that then you have two contracts, two prices that could be different, and hopefully the local price would be lower than the conventional supplier price, so to say. So there are three ways to do the sharing between two people, so to say, the peer-to-peer model, the sharing within different people but inside of the same buildings, and the sharing between different buildings. But to do so, you need to create an energy community, which is a legal entity. Sorry. So we do have some success, so to say, in Brussels, because the legal, technical, and financial framework is quite good. So since 1 year now, we have seen, this is the situation on the 1st of November. 50 sharing activity that's already started, involving 500 people, more or less, with 23 peer-to-peer model, 23 same buildings sharing model, and 4 communities. And there is a facilitator that coach more or less 1,000 requests, so to say. So what are the main interests to share? So if you want to stabilize the price or the bill of the consumer, good, it works. It helps to stabilize the price or the bill. If you want to lower the bill of the consumer, yeah, it's possible and it's needed, but it's not so obvious. If you want to make profit, financial profit, by sharing local electricity, get out. Get out. No, you can stay, but forget about it. So then you will tell me, okay, but if there is no profit, it means you won't be any investor. If you don't have investor, you won't have solar panel. If you don't have solar panel, you don't have electricity. And you're right, until now. Because it's true that until now in the energy sector, the investor interest has always been the first step, let's say the chicken, of the whole story. Mainly because of the scarcity and the centralization of the conventional electricity production means. But today we can see it in the other way around. And we can start, let's say, with the consumer, the egg, because we do have new means of production electricity, decentralized, cheap, and democratic. I mean the renewable means of production, solar and wind, for instance. Then we can start with the consumer interest, so the egg. And we saw and we still see a lot of business models in Brussels, and if you put too many financial interests into the investor, it doesn't work, never. Sorry. Okay. If there is only one thing that you can keep in mind for my presentation, it's these 3 sentences. The electricity sharing driver is, first of all, the economic interest of the consumer. You don't have to forget the producer, of course, but first of all is the consumer. If you do it the other way around, it doesn't work, never. And of course, the consumption can be cheaper, but it's not obvious, and stable for sure, even for low-income people. So, back in the Sunset project, this is what we reached in 2022. Yes, I'm an engineer, am I? The context is in Brussels, so we do have many good financial incentives that give us the opportunity to have a very, very low price for the local electricity. And so for people that benefit from social tariff price, you can see the savings they had this year. And for people that benefit from the usual price, so to say, you can also see the savings that they get thanks to the local price that we can practice in this building. And you can also see that the payback time for the investor is 6 years. So in this case, we have the chicken and the egg that are happy. But we do have a very attractive economical framework with green certificates and lower grid fees. So we challenged this information to see, okay, if we don't have a green certificate anymore, what could be the price? So the new price would be the one in yellow, so it's higher than the social price, so it's not interesting anymore for people that benefit from social price. For people that benefit from usual price, so to say, it's still interesting, but the financial interest is not that big, considering that you have to manage 2 bills. If we delete the lower grid fee incentive, then these are the math. So it's not interesting anymore for nobody. So we decide to change the payback time period, and so put 15 years. It's something that it become common or usual to take for solar PV into the financial economics today. Then we can see, sorry, that the price diminish again. So it's quite good for people that benefit from usual price of electricity, but still it's not competitive for people that benefit from social tariff price. Then we went to 27 years payback time to see what happened. Still for the social price, it's not competitive. So these are my last and key messages. The electricity sharing is a non-profit purpose. It's a must when you want to make it running. Still, additional public support is needed to create a strong enough economic incentive for the majority of the consumer, I mean people that have the usual price of the electricity. And this incentive could be from grid tariff. It could be enough with attractive grid tariff. But if you want to have low-income people on board as well, you need to add an economic interest for them. Some mechanisms already exist and could be designed to address these techniques. It's not specifically an additional support that is requested here. But if you want to make profit for a third-party investor, it's the discussion of the RED 3, you need more support just to make profit. And so 2 ways to make, from our perspective, two ways to make a consumer-centric interest for the sharing. Active clients owns the electricity, so they control the price. And we need to have a long payback time in mind for the investor, whatever they are. Thank you. I'm a bit too long. Sorry.
Thank you, Benjamin. I'm just going to invite Tudor up. I can alternatively give you this if you prefer to. You're okay here? Great. Thank you, Tudor. So, implementing energy efficiency in social apartments.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to the organizers for having me here today. From the heart of Transylvania, where vampires live, of course, to talk about energy efficiency in social housing. My name is Tudor. I work for the municipality of Alba Iulia, which is situated in Romania, in Transylvania, and we are a small municipality, 70,000 inhabitants, with a good history of EU projects implementation, and energy efficiency is a major topic, especially after COVID, after all the geopolitical context in the last years, and it's affecting all of us. And thank you again for having me here. This is a really important topic. I will try to give you the story of our pilot project that we implemented through an Interreg Europe project called Social Green. Social Green, funded by Interreg and was led by an organization called Norigio from Sweden. And we were partners. The aim of this project was to improve policies and operational programs aimed at greening the social housing sector, focusing on the link between energy, social issues, and greening interventions. To give you in a nutshell the objective of the project. And through this project, we had the chance to implement a pilot that was in the social housing area. This pilot was very interesting because we knew there were many social poverty issues in Alba Iulia, especially related to energy. Basically what we did, we chose 8 apartments in a social housing building that you can see in the photo, and we tried to talk to the tenants to offer them the possibility to install smart appliances in their home so smart home equipments for energy monitoring. The objective of this pilot was to improve, obviously, energy efficiency and consumer behavior. So this is also an important element. I will get back a bit later. How did we want to get this done? Was through the smart home equipments, through providing informative materials to the tenants regarding their energy consumption and guidelines and advices. Then after 12 months of implementation, comparing historical data with what happened before and what happened during the implementation of the pilot. And of course, as the objective of any Interreg Europe project, to propose improvements for the operational programs at the regional level, to include such activities that we implemented in future calls for energy efficiency. Just a few basic information. We selected a simple building, nothing fancy, just pretty new from 2013, with own heating systems and some solar panels on the roof, which were working some of the summer period times. But nothing fancy, as I said. And the tenants were, of course, vulnerable people living there with various conditions, but of course of vulnerable condition. So that is why we had chosen such a building. Some of the obstacles, before I get there, you wouldn't imagine how complicated it is to go, especially before the pandemic time, because we're talking beginning of 2020 when COVID was everywhere. We were bombarded with information about this pandemic. So it wasn't quite easy to go to ring people and saying, hey, we're going to install smart home equipments. Are you happy about that? And they would just close the phone on us. So we had to go door to door and just invite people and explain that we are from the municipality, we're doing this pilot project, everything's for free, and it's supposed to help them reduce their energy bills at the end of the day. That's how we managed to convince 8 apartments out of the 30 in the building, but it wasn't easy. So the human factor was quite challenging from the start. Just to give you an example of one of the apartments, how it would look, just a simple 50 square meter apartment, and some of the appliances that we installed to monitor energy, to monitor electricity, heating consumption, CO2 emissions, temperature, carbon dioxide, and so on, for us to have such data to create an analysis, of course with the consent of the tenants. Again, once we installed, we had some reticence. People were saying we are like Big Brother trying to follow what they're doing, but we managed to overcome that fear. And very interestingly, we offered them a mobile app, which was free to use, through which the tenants could see the level of their temperature. They could turn on or off their heating appliances while they were coming home from work. They could see their CO2 levels in their home, so to freshen up the air a little bit. But basically, it was also a tool for us to monitor the temperatures in the homes and to see that we had quite big differences from apartment to apartment. Some people were living on 20-degree average. Some people were living on 25-degree average. So, of course, then electricity bills differed quite consistently. Yes? And on the right side, you will see the panel that we had access to in order to monitor these parameters inside the apartments. To give you a rough idea, it was less than 1,000 euro the investment per apartment. Now, some of the results after 1 year, maybe they don't look spectacular, but we have to take into consideration that this was 1 year in COVID time when most people were at home actually with their children, using a lot more energy than usual because they weren't going to work or school was closed, so people had to stay home with their kids, one parent living with the kids to do homeschool. So even though we had this COVID situation, difficult situation, we still had some reductions, some very good results. Secondly, we could explain to the people what improvements they could do in terms of behavior, in terms of renewing their home appliances to more energy efficient ones. Okay, we can see for electricity, for example, an average of minus 11% reduction compared to previous years when they were at work, most of them. Yes. Also, other parameters, as I said, we could monitor humidity, CO2 levels in an apartment, and we could provide this information to the apartment tenants to influence their behavior and to show them how they could improve their energy savings during a month, a cold month especially. For example, it was very interesting to see that a lot of problems were in terms of humidity, and a lot of people didn't know how they could deal with this. So we also offered guidance in this direction. Yes, and some informative materials that we sent out to all the tenants, and helping them to improve their energy consumption. We realized people are not very well informed on the energy issues. So an educational process is also important to be done, not only at local level, but also at regional and national level, so that people understand what are the benefits for reducing their temperature, not only in terms of energy consumption, but also in terms of health. It's not healthy to live in an apartment that is 25, 26 degrees temperature just because you have small kids. Some of the conclusions, we had a premiere in testing smart home equipments for social housing. The human factor for us, it was very important. So to discuss all the steps of the process with the tenants. I forgot to mention that we had more requests after this implementation from other people saying they wanted the installation as well. So we could go up to 10 apartments installing these equipments, and we were happy about that. It's important to install such equipments when it's a construction phase, if possible. And also, it's very relevant to include such smart equipments in future calls for energy efficiency. So not just having retrofitting money from ERDF funds, but also for smart home equipments, which are not so expensive. They're getting cheaper and cheaper. They're more accessible these years compared to 10 years ago. So we thought that this is a very important step forward as well. And we believe the results were quite good in spite of the pandemic, in spite of all the energy crisis that started in 2020. And with this, I thank you for your attention and for any questions.
Thanks very much, Tudor. And I'm just going to call on Thomas Bobinger. He's going to give us a presentation on finding the best energy deal, variable versus fixed price offers. And just while I'm here, if I can put a call out again for Slido, we'll have about 10 minutes left at the end of the last presentation for questions and answers. So it'd be really great to have a few questions there if you have some. Thanks very much. Thomas?
Good morning, everyone. I hope my voice holds because my hotel didn't have heating and I spent the night at 13 degrees. So I speak on behalf of the Federation of German Consumer Organizations, and I want everybody to understand that when I talk about consumers, I mean households and not energy-intensive enterprises. A quick look back at the energy crisis last year. It was a different crisis than other crises, like, for example, the climate crisis, because it hit consumers immediately and it hit them hard. And consumers had only very little agency to act. Most of them were stuck and locked in their consumption patterns, and most of this consumption pattern was fossil fuel. So as a consumer organization, we tried to help them last year by enforcing the terms and conditions of their contracts. We sent over 40 legal warnings to companies, most of them because of unilateral price changes in their fixed-term contracts, something that Monique this morning already truthfully qualified as a disgrace. We started several representative actions where consumers could sign on. Our energy advisory services, which are over 200 physical locations, you can call there, you can go online there. They dealt with twice the amount of people coming to them for advice than the previous year. So we dealt with 290,000 individual consultations. The number of complaints went up, also doubled, mostly about drastic price increases to 14,000. And politically, we advocated for price breaks, a disconnection moratorium, and subsidies for renovation. So specifically today, I want to talk about fixed prices versus variable prices versus dynamic tariffs. Quick overview over the German situation. We have 46 million connection points in Germany, electricity connection points, and overwhelmingly German consumers use fixed-term contracts. Only about 500,000 users in Germany use variable tariffs, most of them high and low tariffs, night-day tariffs. And only about 2% of German households have what we qualify as a dynamic tariff, meaning it's connected to the day-ahead spot market. That's mostly due because smart meters have not been rolled out in Germany, and shiftable loads are also very few around. I was told about a Norwegian example today where people have many more heat pumps and electric vehicles than in Germany, so the situation there might be different. I talk about the German situation. We did a survey before the crisis and after the crisis about dynamic tariffs, a representative survey, 1,000 people. We found that 8% of German households could explain what a dynamic tariff is. That's a very low number. 65% of German households did not know what a dynamic tariff is and were also not able to explain it. And very important, the number of people who say that they do not even want to consider using a dynamic tariff almost doubled after the price crisis. So it went up by 20 percentage points from 28% to 48% after the crisis, meaning the crisis had, in public perception, a very negative effect. 25% of German consumers say they could imagine using a dynamic tariff if there are at least savings of 10%. So an average household bill of €100 would be roughly €10 a month. And 89% of Germans do not feel informed properly. Half and half of German users see potential benefits from dynamic tariffs, but they also see financial disadvantages and risks. So is a variable or a dynamic tariff the right choice? Well, it depends on the consumer. It's a very individual situation. It depends on the shiftable loads that a household has, electric vehicles, heat pumps, PV home storage systems, etc. It depends on the cost of a smart meter. In Germany, it's momentarily fixed at around €20 a year. So this is already the number that you need to get back by using a dynamic tariff, €20 a year. There needs to be willingness to engage, obviously. So also a willingness to shift the loads, to make maybe lifestyle changes, to deal with apps and automation, to have apps and automation. My grandmother does not have a phone. The personal living situation is important. If you have dependent persons, babies, you cannot shift your loads. It needs to be washed with warm water when the diaper is full. It's just no question there. And it depends on the reward of the flexibility. So in Germany, we now have a discussion about time variable tariffs, where for the flexibility that a consumer provides to stabilize the grid, they might get a compensation up to around €140 a year. But if there is no compensation, then why would a consumer do it in the first place? And it also depends on the procurement component of electricity. In Germany, again, we have the situation that only 30% of the final electricity price is actually procurement cost, and 60% is static, like surcharges, taxes, and network tariffs. So are they fit for purpose? That's too much. We found a study that looked at two extreme scenarios in the last years and looked at how dynamic tariff users would have fared in these situations. One situation was the Corona crisis in 2020, where electricity prices massively decreased because industry was shut down, everybody was locked in. And the study found that households with dynamic tariffs could save up to 3 cents per kilowatt hour just from the decrease of the electricity price itself. So no load shifting yet, which would have increased the price savings even further. So that amounts to around €5 per month. And then they looked, of course, at the crisis last year, where we had price spikes of up to 6 times the amount of electricity price that was before the crisis. So this amount would have been fully put through to consumers. There would have been no protection from these price spikes. And that's why the study concluded that overall, variable tariff users who have the capacity to react, they can save money, but it's no match to the security of a fixed tariff, at least in these extreme situations. Interestingly, we saw that there are, on any given day during this price crisis last year, there were price variations of 10 cents per kilowatt hour during the day. So somebody who has shiftable loads, who has the agency to act, could save 10 cents per kilowatt hour by shifting the loads, but still within the framework of very high overall prices. And we found that the greatest risk actually does not come from intraday price spikes, but from interseasonal price spikes. So obviously in winter, prices last year went up much higher than in spring. And that's also something that fixed price, fixed term contracts would, with their averaging mechanism, stabilize much more. To conclude, households need agency. A static consumption profile can trap them in high prices. They need shiftable loads. It's not for everyone, a dynamic tariff. Households need information. The terms and conditions are already convoluted, and they will get more and more convoluted because of the usage of AI that needs to be regulated in there, because of data protection and data security issues that needs to be regulated in there, because of questions like what happens if the price becomes negative, what happens if the price goes through the roof. And consumers need to have probably sort of a template which condenses the most important information for them so that they do not have to read hundreds of pages of terms and conditions. They also need information from price comparison tools. At the moment, price comparison tools are not up to the task of providing consumers with the best choice for them. Consumers need to be able to tell if a tariff is actually something for them, or if the suggestion only applies to a standardized load profile or some conceived load profile that doesn't really exist. At the moment, we find dynamic prices next to fixed tariffs on the price comparison tools, and consumers cannot tell the difference between the two options. The current regulatory environment goes a bit against dynamic tariffs because we are talking a lot about grid stability, and grid stability would actually force the consumer to not consume a lot when there's a lot of energy in the grid. So this is something that needs to be dealt with on a regulatory level. Consumers, very important, Monique already said it this morning, they need to have a choice that fits them, a choice between a fixed term contract, dynamic tariff, variable tariff. So we appreciate very much the electricity market design proposal. We hope that in the trilogues it ends up with a real choice for consumers, because in Belgium, for example, at the end of the crisis, we did not have fixed term price offers anymore on the market. And consumers need protection from extreme scenarios, whether that's a price cap, like we had during the roaming times in the telecommunications sector, or some government intervention. It's also up to the regulators. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our 4 presenters. So while we're waiting for Slido to go ahead, there's a couple of questions here that I have, but I would just like to say I think the presentations have addressed many of the issues raised in the earlier panel discussion, particularly around addressing housing need, education, information and support for vulnerable customers, a real need to simplify, and that there are technology solutions and tools out there that need to be improved to make them more user-friendly for our citizens, and the importance of meeting people where they are. What was said earlier about people don't self-identify or self-report as energy poor is really important. I think there's a big issue as well around helping people avoid ending up in energy poverty. So we kind of wait till they get there and then we track them and then we try and fix them. But we could help along the way to make smaller improvements on a gradual basis that might help avoid them getting into energy poverty in the first place. And that certainty is hard to come by. And from Thomas's presentation, I was thinking of my mortgage and the ECB interest rates and how I only have to deal with that once a month, whereas dynamic pricing would seem like quite a challenge to manage, trying to work out what's the right choice to make. So I'd just like to ask our panel, if I may, what is the first and most important potential measure to take to help alleviate energy poverty? And I might start with Izzy, if I may. There's a microphone on the table.
Thanks. I always find this a very difficult question in terms of selecting one thing, because energy poverty is so complex, and as has already been mentioned today, is so influenced by housing. It's so influenced by, of course, your income and the income supports that are there, as well as, you know, energy-specific things like the cost of energy. So I don't really think that there is sort of one key thing that can do the whole job. But I would say maybe thinking specifically about how energy prices have gone up so quickly, I think the need for adequate and targeted and very timely supports is the one thing that I would call out. And we have seen kind of a measure of targeted supports, you know, reflecting on Ireland, but whether they were targeted enough to provide the level of support that people needed at the time. We certainly could have seen improvements there. And so I think recognising the importance of income adequacy for people in poverty, both energy-specific income supports, but also people's wider incomes and their wider income adequacy and experience of poverty, I think is just such an essential part of tackling energy poverty. But that's not to say that that alone would do it, and obviously completely recognising the importance of longer term things like energy efficiency and kind of bringing the cost of energy, the kind of household cost of energy down that way as well. So yeah, there are lots of things I could call out, but I think the overall importance of income adequacy to households in poverty, I think is essential.
Thanks, Izzy. We've got loads of questions on Slido, so I might invite the panel all to have their microphones if they haven't already. Our most popular question to the panel is, can energy sharing be an alternative for social tariffs to support energy poor households? So I think, Benjamin, that might be closer to your space.
Social tariffs, as they do exist, are shaped to, to help poor people for the supply activity. Energy sharing is another and new activity of the market. So I don't think energy sharing could be an alternative for social tariff, but with the money that is injected into the social tariff through the suppliers today, maybe for the part of the electricity that would come from the local producer, so the new and second contract, maybe we can make the most of this money in the local supply, local production part. I'm not sure I'm clear, but as we do have two contracts, social tariff should stay for the supply, and for the contract of the local energy sharing, maybe we can make more impact on the bill with the same money that is already given to the supplier.
Thank you. I might invite Tudor just to answer the next one, which is, what are the best measures to make landlords act responsibly? Rents are sky high, but energy efficiency is low. Those who benefit should take responsibility. Given your experience of working within a social housing project and the interaction on the behaviour side, obviously the responsibility for the retrofit works that were, the works that were being done, the monitoring that was being done was with the landlord. Would you have any sense of what measures could have made that experience better for those households?
Well, to be honest, I don't think I'm the best to answer this question, but as far as I understand, yes, I agree with the question. The short answer is yes. I think also the landlords need to invest and to improve the energy efficiency of a building. They should have access to finance for this, of course. There's ERDF money, there's ESCO programs, there's other access to funding that they should use, and if they're not using it, then yes, it's an issue. Now, the housing crisis in Europe, it's a big topic, and we don't have time to discuss that here. But indeed, to address energy efficiency and in terms of landlords and whose responsibility it is, yes. I've been living in Belgium for 4 years. I was in a house that was not retrofitted, and I had this issue that the energy bills were very high, and the landlord had nothing to do with that. He could increase and decrease the rent whenever he wanted. I don't know if that changed. It was a few years ago, but I really think the responsibility should be somehow in the middle, and also the landlord to receive support to retrofit, and also, of course, to be mandatory for him to improve the energy efficiency to A or B, but anyway, to also to put some PVs on, to some heat pumps on the buildings. But this, I think, should be discussed at the local and the regional level, and we need policies and cohesion policies for this to happen in all regions, not just in Belgium or Germany, but also in Eastern Europe and in other parts, and with the instruments, with the funding that is needed to come along.
Thank you, Tudor. Would any other panel members like to suggest a solution that they would think of in terms of the landlord responsibility for retrofit?
Just from our perspective, one of the things that we would call for is an expansion of some of the grant schemes that we have, particularly the one that provides free energy upgrades for low-income homeowners on certain social welfare benefits, to also be applicable to tenants in energy poverty in the private rented sector, where there is kind of conditions that mean that when that grant is there, that tenant has a long-term lease and kind of security of tenure and lease to stay in that home and sort of experience that benefit from that retrofit. So I think it's about really reaching, all of these different cohorts who are in energy poverty, despite what kind of tenure or sector they're in, and kind of recognizing that there is kind of a need for kind of grant funding in that space as well, where with conditions attached.
Thank you. Thomas?
So, in my point of view, we definitely need a mandate. It's surprising, in no other sector do we talk so much about incentivizing and nudging and convincing people to renovate or to do something. Imagine we did this in our food sector and say like, yeah, we give a ton of money so that our food is safe. But when we talk about climate safety or energy safety, we suddenly refrain from mandating and making obligations. Of course, a landlord needs to renovate the house, parenthesis open, if it is technologically feasible, if it is cost efficient, then he should do it. I mean, make exemptions for it, of course, for people whose house value is not so high to justify the cost of renovation. Make exceptions for people who maybe just do not want it for themselves, if they live themselves in the house. But in Germany, we have a situation with 60%, where 60% are tenants. It's different in Belgium, where I think 80% are homeowners, but if you are a tenant, you are just at the mercy of your landlord. And I saw it myself. Quick anecdote, in 2021, when we already saw price increases because we came out of Corona and China was locking down, I went to my landlord and I said, is there something that I can do? Can I have an energy advisor, please? Low-hanging fruits. And he told me he painted the door blue, and it looks very nice. I said, thank you very much. The distance between the door and the ground is 1 centimeter. That's where the cold air comes in. And I had no tool to make him do anything. He's a 70-year-old man who lives half his year in Spain. He has no interest to invest. He has definitely the money to invest, but no incentive at all. So make him.
Thanks, Thomas. I think we might have time for just one more question. So I think maybe between Benjamin and Thomas, would it help to provide consumers automation and services to monitor their appliances, particularly heating, for free if they were to participate in demand response projects? Go for it.
For me, why not? But regarding the solar electricity sharing, it's not very useful for the heating of spaces because you need heat when you do not have that much sun. For the hot water, why not? It could be very useful. But what we saw first in the electricity sharing activities is that people just get that the sun is during the day. And so they are smart enough to start their heating system for the hot water or the washing machine and so on during the day. So of course maybe it could be more let's say yeah, they could be maybe be more effective with monitoring appliances, but the price of the appliances won't be cheap enough for the difference that what they can do planning their tools by themselves. So they know that they have to consume during the day when the sun is on.
Thank you. Thomas, do you have anything else to add?
So again, you need to have the appliances in the first place. So it's not about you get to use them for free if you participate in demand response, but you get the appliances for free if you participate in demand response.
Thank you. There is a project in Ireland called Energy Cloud, which is working on a demand response, which is providing low-cost electricity to households in a social housing area to provide, to run their heat pumps at night. So to manage curtailment on the grid, if there's excess capacity, it can be given to them at a very low cost. Again, it's a pilot, and I think a lot of what's coming up in the questions and the conversation here is we need to move past pilots and move into scaling to address the needs of the energy poor in our communities. Thank you so much to the panel. I think we had a really good discussion this morning, really appreciate it, and they'll be available throughout lunch. I'm offering them up if you have questions that we didn't manage to get to during this morning's discussion. So thank you very much indeed.
So thank you very much, Ruth, for moderating, but also Issy, Benjamin, Tudor, and Thomas for extremely interesting examples, concrete examples in Ireland, Brussels, Romania, and in Germany. So I think we listened very carefully. It was hugely interesting, also learn from your experience and that you shared it here. We will make the PowerPoint slides available. And indeed, we can continue that discussion, but I think it was extremely interesting, this second panel as well. Now it's time to break. It's 12 o'clock Irish time, so there will be lunch served until 1:15, so we have 1 hour, 15 minutes break, where we can eat and exchange. And then there will be the afternoon sessions, where we are breaking out, the forum will break out in 3 group discussions, and that will continue the debate we just heard from some of you. So the first breakout group will discuss and address the demand-side flexibility. This group will be here in the concert hall, so group 1 on the demand-side flexibility is here. The second breakout session will have a closer look at energy sharing, which we also mentioned this morning. So this will be in the Minerva room. So the second group will be about energy sharing in the Minerva room. And the last group will look at into collective actions to improve energy performance of European homes. So the housing issue and the home issue, and that will be in the Marion room. So at 1:15, and I'm sure there will be guidance on where to go exactly, but we will break out and then come back here after the breakout session to resume the plenary session. But with that, I wish you bon appétit, a good lunch, and see you afterwards. Thank you very much for all the interesting debate.
Hi everyone, if I can just give you a little bit of information for the breakout sessions after lunch. You all have a coloured dot on your badge. If you have a yellow dot, you're staying in here in the concert hall. If you have a blue dot, you're in the Minerva suite for the second group. And if you have a red dot, you're in the Murrian room. The Minerva suite and the Murrian room are out the back doors here, out the front of the building, and then turn right, and it's signposted after that. If you have any questions, there'll be people with a lanyard to help show you the direction. Okay, enjoy your lunch.
Ma il microfono? Ok, posso. Good morning, good afternoon, I'd rather say. I hope you enjoyed your meal, and I hope you're not too sleepy. We're opening this session, which is called Unlocking Citizen Power, Balancing Consumer Autonomy and Grid Reliability and Household Demand-Side Flexibility. I'm very happy to moderate this session because my company, which is called EPQ, is an aggregator, but we do not work in the residential sector. And we would be happy to do it. So we'd like to step in, working also with households in flexibility services. We will have a session which will last 1 hour. We will have 2 panelists, and then we will have, after each presentation, we will have 25 minutes of Q&A. So I would like to invite on stage the first panelist, which is Florian Dinger from Transnet BW. Thank you.
Hello, and thanks for having me here. So we consider demand-side integration as one of the central pillars of any clean energy transition. But for demand-side integration, you need an appropriate signal. And, well, in the machine world, this would be a quantitative, continuous signal. But as we are talking about citizen, we need a discrete, easy-to-understand signal. And this is how we define it. So we check the regional consumption and ask the question, how is it supplied, by which energy sources, and we group them in 4 buckets. So on first of all, we have the renewable energy generated regionally, then the renewable energy imported from other regions, then non-renewable energy as a market result, and finally the TSO measures, which is due to grid limitations, and first of all, redispatching. And well, this is our normal situation in the most hours in Germany. And we have another signal, which is a tight situation, which is defined by a lot of TSO measures. So this is a quite expensive time because, well, all these TSO measures are actually non-renewable sources, but much more expensive than the market sources. And here the call to action is quite clear. Shift your load from the orange period to the green period. And just as a teaser, this is often contradicting the spot market price signal, which says shift your load from the green to the orange phase because the market result is so small for non-renewable. We have a more dense situation, the power shortfall, where demand is not met. So there is the same call to action, shift your load towards the green situation, otherwise there's a risk for brownouts. And while this is a quite negative narrative, so normal and crisis, we want to complement this by a positive narrative, which is the climate-friendly, so-called super green period. And this is defined as the period where almost all of the consumption is satisfied by renewable energy. And based on this logic, we implemented a smartphone app, which you can see here, and it provides this signal. This is one of the 2 goals of the smartphone app. We are different, time series. You can also show further data when you click the button. And this information is also provided to the user via push notification, so you really get in touch with the information you require to do some demand-side integration. The other important goal of this app is to educate. We just learned this in the last talk before the break. In particular in Germany, there's a lot of illiteracy in how the energy system is actually working. And so we want to raise awareness how it is working in general and how is it working just as today. So what can you do? How can you participate in the energy system? And while we do this, we are kind of content. We, for example, learn the very basics, but which goes further and further in the technical details. Well, it's a there are a lot of challenges, and it's a work in progress. So we can't provide you the perfect solution, and we are really eager to learn, to discuss with you what are your ideas, what are you doing in your countries, how to fix, for example, these questions we provided here for the discussion as a teaser. So the first one would be the perspective of the system operator. We go to a less plannable future, how to manage this. Second question would be, should there be some monetization, some financial incentives, or should we go for intrinsic motivation to participate in a society, to have a future which is still ecologically okay, so some environmental awareness and or desires. And the third one, would be how actually calculate it. So the spot market price is actually not working in tight situations. We now just provide another alternative to the spot market price, but it's not the end of the discussion, obviously. And now I would, thank you for your attention, and let's have a nice discussion.
Thank you, Florian. Yes, it's very interesting to see you're working to raise awareness on flexibility, especially when talking about households, because if we talk about consumers, industries know what flexibility is, but households probably don't even care today about flexibility. They don't even know what we're talking about. So we have to surely raise awareness, and your app is a way to start explaining how it works and what it means to take part in the system, also for the benefits for the system. We have a question to start our Q&A session, which is, I don't know if we will have a projection of the question, otherwise I will just read it myself. Surprise. Anyway, the question is how to facilitate the cooperation between system operators and consumers for the purpose of demand-side flexibility procurement. You have also a Slido, which you will be able to take part in. I don't know if they will be projecting. Can we? Hello? No? Well, maybe to break the ice, I will ask Florian to answer the question. So the question, if you're talking about system operators and consumers, partially you answered saying, okay, we've created an app which puts the consumer in the condition of knowing what our job is and how they can contribute to the system. So how would you build up better the cooperation between the TSO and the consumer and other stakeholders in the system?
Well, so up to now we have some demand-side response. So we give the signal, we try to motivate to act due to this call to actions, and we try to measure it indirectly via, our load prognosis, our load measurement data. This is, our state of the art, and I guess we can go this way quite a bit, but of course in the far future, or maybe also in the near future, we want to have some kind of market products. So I don't think that the TSO should directly interact with each consumer. We need some kind of aggregator, not for normal energy market products, but for flexibility market products, and we really want to reach one of our possible goal would be to have a higher liquidity on those flexibility markets, and the higher liquidity comes from the households via aggregators to these markets.
Yes, the potential is huge. I was reading a report from the EIA that says that today we're exploiting 2% of the potential of flexibility in the market. So we've got a long way to go, and we can surely increase flexibility in the system. We have a few questions which are now being projected. So I'll start from the first. So I'll give it to you. Would it help to provide consumer automation and services to monitor their appliances, particularly heating, for free if they participate in demand response?
Well, I guess it is always useful to give them more information. How it is financed, well, that's a question. I personally would say yes, but I'm not in the detail on what are the consequences of this in the last resort.
If you read, I was reading that there's been investments in energy management systems are increasing like for 5 million pieces per year in Europe, so this huge numbers. So surely in the close future we will all have smart systems in our home and smart appliances, so why not use them to offer services?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if I said it, but the data is also available via API, so we think this is the way to go. Not smartphone app just for now, for first contact with this concept, so for the citizen, but in the end there should be smart homes using the API, and maybe then the smart home app is obsolete, I don't know.
Also, with the rollout of smart metering, your app could become an interactive app in which the consumer can plan the reduction of their consumption directly and maybe have benchmarking with other consumers and discuss in energy communities and energy sharing. We have to be a bit creative if we think of possible solutions. Also because I suppose that consumers will not only take part in flexibility to save money. It'll be one of the meanings, of course, one of the reasons why they'll do it, but it won't be only to save money. It'll also be to have a benefit for the clean energy transition. Okay, we can skip to another question. There are lots of questions, but I'll read a few of them. Which is the best way to design price comparison tools in order to help consumers understand the difference between fixed, variable, and dynamic prices? This is tough.
Well, you can just show the different time series, and then you need some literacy in statistics, I guess. And you can also support this via a nice GUI, etc. But I guess it's a quite broader topic. Just to make this clear, what our goal as a TSO is, we have the second price component, this TSO measures, which is quite big, or becoming bigger year to year. And this has somehow to be included in all those price comparisons, whatever tool it is.
Yes, in my experiences, price comparison tools are tremendous machines which put together lots of bits and pieces, and many times consumers have struggle in understanding what they say. So we have to keep it simple. This is one of the problems we have, and this involves many stakeholders in the market. Okay, next question. Do you think that energy service companies can support financing and managing local energy initiatives relying on public funds? Relying on public funds is not efficient.
As well, a quite broad topic, I guess so, yes. We should all, whoever is more efficient in providing such services should do it.
Yes, one of the things we heard this morning was that if we talk about energy communities, for example, if we look at the financing side, the paybacks are not so interesting, but we have to step forward, so we have to look at little bits and pieces to put together. So energy services companies, they can support, but it'll probably not be their main business, and we can't think of having tremendous advantages from these initiatives. Next question. There are a lot of great examples of making one apartment building sustainable. How do we move away from pilot projects doing 1 in 3 years to 300 in 1 year?
I'm just wondering if these questions are due to my talk or if they are from the session this morning. I can give my personal thought, but I guess I'm not the expert on this. So.
Yes, probably we're putting together bits and pieces of things we heard this morning as well. Yes, well, we have to scale up, so we have to surely increase and pass from pilot project phases to sustainable projects in the long run. So how do we do it? It's putting together many bits of the puzzle that we're still componing, so just to support you in the answer.
But I would just, another aspect here, we have pilots and you should scale them up, but therefore we are here because we have several pilots in Europe, and maybe we should scale up the best idea or the best ideas depending on different situations. So that's
yes, considering that we have different markets still, so we have a
European market.
Yes, well, yes, we have a European market, but we have different situations in each country still, unfortunately. So just thinking of smart metering, we were talking about it before. If in countries where the rollout hasn't been completed, it's very difficult to think of some of the projects we have in mind for the future. Could you roll for other questions? I think we have time for another couple of questions, and then... Okay, in experience to presenters, how best to marry the top-down policy supports with bottom-up empowerment, particularly vulnerable target groups?
Well, I can talk about the first half of the sentence. So,
top-down policy support.
So as a TSO, we are closer to the, top-down policy, but we now try to have some community management to somehow interact with the citizen, to give some advice, but also have some kind of bi-directional conversation, and therefore, in this way, bring them together. So we as a, not directly the politics, but some actor in between, trying to bring all the perspectives together.
Yes, I think this opens up to the next presentation, so I thank you, Florian. It's been a pleasure, and I'll now leave the floor to the next panelist. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
So I will now leave the floor to Peter Klemenczyk from ZPS. ZPS is a non-governmental organization, a Slovenian non-governmental organization which collaborates with the European Commission in many projects. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, thanks for having me. The energy crisis, the challenges of the green transition, and the increasing share of renewables, electric cars, heat pumps, yes. All of this, including the digitalization of the energy sector, is dictating new solutions in the field of energy use, and it's radically changing the role of consumers in the energy market. Therefore, in the transition to an energy system dominated by renewables, all users, including consumers, yes, will need to take more an active role and adjust the electricity consumption to match the fluctuation in production as much as possible. Therefore, flexibility management is one of the most appropriate mechanisms to use energy more efficiently and to manage demand with fluctuating electricity production. It ensures a more reliable and cost-effective electricity supply, even when production or demand increases. It encourages the consumers to change their behavior in the way that they don't use the electricity when the grid is most stressed and the price of electricity is most high. So they do not add to the strain of the grid by switching on larger appliances in their households. Now imagine a situation where you benefit from lower energy prices, smarter energy management, and improved sustainability. You can achieve that by being a flexible energy consumer who offers to adjust the consumption patterns according to the status of the energy system and its supply. The operation can even be automated. for your convenience, and it also takes into account your personal preferences, therefore, ensuring comfort and stability, or for example, if it's money you want to save. This is the scene that the consumer experience that the EU-funded project iFlex is setting the scene for by introducing the iFlex Assistant, an innovative software agent which supports consumers in managing when and how to be flexible by acting between them, their energy systems, various stakeholders and external systems handling the complexity of interactions. Using groundbreaking technology within artificial intelligence, the iFlex Assistant creates a digital twin of the consumer which learns and adapts to the consumption behavior, controls policies and system dynamics with the possibility of automating the decision-making. The automated decision-making is particularly desirable when you have an energy system of fluctuating renewables which calls for continuous and close to real-time demand response and ensures convenience for the consumer by the same token. The project provides a common software framework for developing assistant applications which can be customized to specific needs, incentives, and market structures. This allows for a wider reach and exploitation of the solution in different European countries. However, such tools and participation in demand response remain unattainable for many consumers, as roughly 50% of the European countries still do not have, 50% of consumers in European countries still do not have a smart meter. Consumers therefore do not have the access to appropriate tools and not even to tariff schemes that would enable them to become flexible. Even in countries where the smart meter rollout has been successfully accomplished, we do not necessarily see a rush to dynamic price tariffs, like in Finland, France, Italy, or Slovenia, where I come from. Nonetheless, consumers should not be forced to opt in for a dynamic tariff. It's absolutely right and legitimate to prefer price stability and stick to a fixed price tariff. This increases the predictability of cost, which is not necessarily the case for dynamic tariffs. Our recent research of consumer attitudes toward demand response demonstrates that consumers, apart from early adopters and prosumers, consider the electricity sector still as a category of basic supply. They regard it as a utility, with the result that they still are very passive and disengaged consumers of electricity, thinking of the subject only in terms of cost of their monthly bill. So, we must explain consumers the benefits of engaging in demand response, as it's not necessarily a lack of willingness that keeps consumer away from the flexibility markets, but a lack of awareness, debunking the myth of losing control and being restricted in comfort and habits if they subscribe to offers that incentivize flexibility. All the reasons mentioned above are hindering consumers' participation in flexibility and are a clear signal. The clean energy transition, including facilitating demand response, must be done with consumers, not only for the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. There are many ways of engaging customers in flexibility. We have to increase awareness. I totally agree with you. It's our job, it's our responsibility. So for all the stakeholders of the market, we have to work on awareness, because I'm sure that once consumers will know the advantages of flexibility, not only for their pockets, but also for the system, things will be much better. I have a question to start with, to start the Q&A, which is how to respect consumer autonomy over energy use, and what tools are needed when engaging consumers in demand-side flexibility.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to comment on my predecessor about the intrinsic drivers of consumers of participating in the demand response. Our research and our fieldwork with consumers are actually showing that there is the intrinsic approach is not actually working for consumers to engage in demand response. The consumers have shown in various researches that there is a strong tendency to have a remuneration of monetary value. The consumers know what they are participating to the grid and what their behavior entails for all the different market operators, aggregators, and so on. So either they see a lowered energy bill or a monetary value. They do not like to do this like for a broader good or so. So consumer organizations actually strongly endorse that the real money saving that can be done with aggregating demand response is also being fairly distributed to the consumers.
Okay, so what about the integration of all the services, of all the possible consumer-driven solutions? What about integrating, for example, the supply of energy with flexibility services if we manage to keep it simple and the supplier of energy was the same aggregator, or if they had a cross-commercial partnership, wouldn't it be easier?
Definitely, and also, like as I presented, the iFlex project, the iFlex Assistant is actually aiming for that. It enables you just to install a mechanism in your household, and the iFlex application is actually taking care of all of it. You can automate it for convenience because talking to consumers, we are not regular consumers here, and we are not, also the public, we are affected with the electricity virus. But as long as you talk to general public, people are not actually going to deal with the issue of energy saving and demand response, let's say 2 hours every day. They have their own lives, they have their own aspirations, careers, children. They are not going to be engaged in the demand response on a daily basis and how to integrate and how to best serve the system, even without being compensated at the end.
Yes.
So there's still a lot of work for us to do. The regulatory side, I think, is going in the right direction. However, as I said, consumers need to be attracted to the discussion frequently, and real consumers need to be asked within focus groups or so, what is their intrinsic value to participate and what do they actually expect to gain from it? Because without cooperation, we can build it, but if they don't come, we fail.
I totally agree. Okay, so we can pass to Slido, so a few questions. How much will the average consumer save by being on a dynamic tariff on an... Oh, sorry, I changed the question. Do you know what research says about habituation and long-term motivation of financial incentives?
I don't know if I understand the question, actually.
Me either. What research says about habituation and long-term motivation of financial incentives. Maybe what they were asking was, if I get used to having incentives all the time, will I just not be motivated at the end of the day? Do I need something more than financial motivation and a financial incentive to take part in? But we practically already answered.
Well, I'd say definitely that in the pickup phase, definitely we cannot only count for a huge market for a market pickup only with the fanatics, with the early adopters and the prosumers to make a change. So there will need to be some kind of incentivizing of larger masses to engage them in these actions of demand response, which can definitely, as sooner you join a movement, the bigger are the rewards. And after all, when it comes to like a regular thing, of course, the financial rewards can definitely phase out because it becomes a normal daily habit.
Well,
but to incentivize them to become a part of the movement, I think it will be necessary, either by monetary valuation or lower energy bills.
Yes. Next question. Does incentivizing and motivating consumers mean penalizing or rewarding them? If rewarding them, then how can this be achieved? Well, incentivizing and motivating means well, penalizing surely not, I would say. We will not be penalizing consumers for not taking part in demand response and demand-side flexibility. This is very far from being real. Rewarding them, yes, of course. It could be with incentives or with saving energy.
Yes.
And actually, they're both parts of the same thing. I don't know if you have anything to add,
No,
otherwise I'll
actually,
pass to
no.
the next. Which role does collective self-consumption and energy sharing play in supporting citizens' engagement and understanding of the structure of the markets?
Are these questions for my slot as well?
I think they're not,
sorry.
but maybe we should just look at the yellow ones. So I think we'll have to need other questions if we have any.
For ZPS, would you advise?
Okay. For ZPS, would you advise an average consumer to switch to a dynamic tariff, or would you provide advice on a case-by-case basis?
For ZPS, I can actually not say, because in Slovenia we do not have yet dynamic tariffs. I can say only for my own, for myself. I was actually researching the market on dynamic tariffs because I do have a smart meter for a couple of years now. I've sent out requests for quotes to be able to switch to a dynamic tariff, and the suppliers, the response from which I got a response, at least I got a response, they actually said that they have the dynamic price contracts in their price lists, but they do not actually offer them. So dynamic pricing in Slovenia is still not available. It's not possible to get a dynamic pricing. So I cannot say whether or not ZPS would approve it, because we haven't reviewed the contracts and the stipulation of the offer. However, we still say that the predictability of the prices and the expenses spent for energy are also very, very important. And I think that the advice would be on a case-by-case basis, also on the previous knowledge of the consumer, whether or not he's an actively engaged energy consumer or a prosumer or even an energy group sharing community.
Okay. Next question. Does incentivizing and motivating consumers mean penalizing or rewarding? No, this is the same one we had before.
No more
Could you
questions.
please switch to another question?
No more questions. No more.
Maybe no more questions. No. Okay. So then that makes it all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thanks.
So to wrap up, just a final consideration. I was reading a discussion in a blog about what the consumer really looks at, and we're still far from having the consumer look at flexibility. So we have to work on it, surely, because we need flexibility in the system, so we have to make it happen. Okay, thank you.
I think what we've heard is from all of the speakers the importance of knowledge for the consumer and education around what it is they're actually entering into, including the likes of dynamic tariffs, and also in terms of the knowledge, making it the ease of reference and the ease to be able to look at that knowledge. One of the things that we've rolled out here, and I'm going to put an Irish slant on it, is smart metering. So we have about 2 million electricity customers, and we've installed somewhere in the region of about 1.5 million smart meters. Now, not all of that information has been, I suppose, going back to the networks and going out to customers, but we're somewhere along that journey. What the networks company, the DSO, has produced here is a thing called a hub. And that means the customers can go in and use what's called their MPRN number to see their consumption. Now, you know, customers will go, well, why should I care? You know, why do I want to see what I'm consuming? What's the incentive? What's in it for me? And that's where the incentive piece comes in and the benefits. And I think one of the schemes that we ran this year with ESBN was a Beat the Peak. I suppose pilot initiative really to move that sort of customer base, particularly on it was commercial as well, but the residential side as well, to move their consumption from the peak hours. And that's somewhere in the region of 5 in the evening here until around 8 o'clock in the evening. And again, you know, why do I care? Why do I want to do that? If my electricity bill is going to be the same, why should I care? So one of the ways to move people to do that was a benefit, a remuneration, the ability to say, look, we will pay you if you partake in this pilot and you move your consumption from that peak time. Now, key to that as well was the communication to the customer. They had to be reminded, they had to be told, I think it was on a weekly basis, if not more, look, you know, there's going to be what we would call a potential amber alert or the system is tight, please move your consumption. Now look, there's a debate whether or not we were in the middle of high prices and people would have reduced their consumption anyway. I think what we can say is that Irish demand was actually up at that point in time, and actually we did see there was something happening. Customers did move their consumption, and I think the findings are really interesting. It's the first of its kind, but it's somewhere in the region of around 7%, I think, was the overall reduction in peak demand. And I think we can really learn from that and learn about, you know, humans and their behaviours. And, you know, in the main, we're rational human beings and we do things to benefit ourselves. So I think that's the key, really. And I've heard lots of stuff around the technologies, which is fascinating because we're going to be looking at, I think it was the last speaker there, Peter, around the app that he's introduced and the ability to sort of show it in a very simple way to customers. You know, here's what we want you to do, and this is why we want you to do it, and here's the benefit. We haven't got there yet, but we're working our way to that. So I'm not sure if there was anything else that I missed. I think that was really around the technology and that sort of demand side piece, which was really interesting. So.
Sounds very good. I mean, maybe not everybody who's here, I'm sort of interrupting and taking, not everybody's here today was at the regulatory roundtable yesterday, but one of the points that came up that we hear about was really around, well, 2 points I picked up in particular. One is all this complexity is going to be extremely important for how we, in the future markets, is going to be very important for how we engage. And have there been any thoughts really then on what that means for, let's say, each of the actors, for the TSO, DSO, for the regulator, but also for the companies in terms of how they engage and how they sell? It's the first question. The second question I have, anybody who's ever had me as a moderator know I can be quite good at volunteering people. So, and the other question I would like to find out is, a point that came up at the end yesterday that I missed here is, actually the only way to get real demand, the only way to get really active customers is they're not active at all and it's all automated. And have there been much discussion of that today? So maybe I'm going to be very unfair, to which I mean I'm going to be extremely unfair because I don't know how, like a teacher in school that used to pick on people and just go, you look like you might have something to say about that. And how that came up today and how you think that we could reflect from the discussion that you had before I came in to what Karen said, to how you think Karen then should maybe report back on this as well.
I was listening, indeed, I was listening with attention. It's an interesting point, and we discussed it also a little bit yesterday. So, yeah, okay, but so Tomas Jovet, European Energy Retailers Association in Brussels. Yeah, I think there's one point that is important here, is that we want consumers to benefit, but we also understand that maybe not everyone, after hard days at work, maybe not discussing these interesting things, but doing other stuff, wants to come home, sit on the sofa, and need to figure out when to put on the washing machine, charge the car, or whatever. So it's important that we have ways that ensure that the consumer can benefit. And this is, I think, Taiko, is what you said also around automation. This is why it's important that we have, so to say, ways to make sure that once the consumer has given what would be his preferences or her preferences, that then things can happen. And I think this is also a bit what we're looking at in the future. That doesn't mean that anyone that has a specific interest, wants to manage things himself or herself, should not be able to do so. But I think automation is an important part of the equation here to make this all work and ensure the consumer benefits. So.
And you're from European Energy Retailers. Oh, I knew that anyway. Sorry, I see a hand up here. That's very useful, because, and I've got another question for you, because it's about who's not in the room.
When I sitting on here, I think that maybe in Poland I have the other type of the consumers, or they are extraordinary, because we are discussing here about responsibility, participation, flexibility, and consumers in Poland in general don't understand what they have on their bill and what they pay for. So I don't know, maybe they are not so modern than in the other parts in Europe, or maybe we as a consumer organization don't work so hard, or maybe there is a reason in the elementary education in Poland. I don't know, but I know when we organized a big assembly and deliberation for consumers in Poland, for consumers who were randomly chosen by the one of the big foundation in Poland. And we discussed with these people what should be changed in Poland and in Europe to create a modern energy market, a market which is useful for the consumers, and a market in which we would be able to avoid energy vulnerability. And those people, after 2 days of discussion, remember, randomly choose in society. They said that, okay, the one condition is to make a predictable market, when consumers can expect what will happen. Of course, I'm aware that it's unpredictable market, but some issue could be predictable by the experts, and it could be making this way that a new bill will not change the rules in investment which consumer made. And the other issue, those people said that they don't understand market, how it works, but they would like. 95% of the consumers in this assembly said yes. After 2 days of discussion, said yes. Yes, it is interesting, and yes, I would like to know more.
I'm live, yes, I am. So I think I picked up that you said that I'm getting maybe two numbers mixed up in my head. 95% of consumers said they didn't understand the market. Is that the number you said? They would like to understand the market. Okay. Does that mean that 5% already don't understand it? Or do understand it, or 5% of them don't want to understand it? I wonder. Yeah. No, I mean, yes, we can work together.
Yes, we can manage it. We can manage it together. Yes, getting back to the point regarding energy bills, I totally agree. Many consumers don't even understand their bill. I imagine thinking of flexibility. And I also think that in some cases, managing everything very easily and everything automated so that the consumer doesn't have to think of what he's doing in flexibility could be a way of implementing it. You know, you just press a button and you say, yes, you want to have your bill, which is built up with various services inside. So you don't only have the energy bill, but you also have other services, which also includes flexibility. Could be interesting. We have some maybe other questions. Okay. Yes.
So my name is Chinui Kim, originally from Korea, but we are working in Andalusia right now for some of the citizens and energy engagement and energy transition. To really just have some comment on the demand response. I think if you will see this, mostly all the demand response is actually stemmed from the supply side as a frequency control, which is automatically triggering in, and the system is already ready to be exercised, and the tremendous amount of money is going into the frequency control from the supply side. But when it comes to the demand side, as you pointed out, we are talking about the consumers and the consumers' behavior change, which is very hard to really engage. As pointed out, there's a lack of information, a lack of knowledge, but most important thing is now that's one of the reasons why when we talk about the demand response and the flexibility, I hope that there is some of the appliance companies participating in where they all do a lot of automations and home kind of smart home appliances. They really built all these logics to be able to respond if there's any dynamic tariff or if there's any demand response program that is actually available or which can be programmed very easily. So they don't have to worry about when my washing machine will run, when my dishwasher will run. So I think when we talk about these consumers as the one, but eventually what do we consume has to be specifically identified so that we can start to do where to tackle. Is it my refrigerator which is running, or is it the washing machine or my heat pump that is running when it's really peak, or how we can really kind of alleviate all these kind of issues and the flexibility. So I think when we were here as consumers and the citizens, there is another part that is always missing. I didn't see anybody from the appliances company who are actually the consumer. And in terms of the actual consumption is actually done by the appliances. So I think it will be very interesting to see how that can be done. But unfortunately, I have to say, the more I really hear from this, the smart meters are not really adopted. But it's not I think smart meter is a good tool to do that, but it's not the answer to because even though there is a smart meters has been already deployed, what do we get out of the smart meter? It only worked for actually billing for the utility company, DSOs, to make it easier to do the cost effectively. So data that they have the 15 minutes interval, sometimes not available to the consumers. They don't really know, even though there is already the data that has been already available, but it's not available to the people or to the institution to analyze how we can find the patterns. So overall, I think if we see everything is working in elements, but it hasn't really been integrated as a whole system to be able to have a successful demand response or demand specific the flexibility that we can have. So I hope that this is my second time to be in the Citizens Energy Forum, and there is a little bit of missing part of the invitation of the people who are participating is the appliances company, consumers goods. They are really keen to be really engaged, but they don't know where to start. I think maybe next year, we would like to see some of the appliance companies, what they do, what they can do for the consumers, so that it's easier to really implement this flexibility issue.
Yes.
I asked who wasn't here, and that's one of the people who aren't here today, is the appliance companies.
Yes, there's no, actually no, but they are a very, very important piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, and just to say, we don't ignore them, they're part of our Smart Energy Expert Group. Maybe this is the one here. We have another colleague here, and we have some questions online as well, on dynamic tariffs and the quality of information that smart meters.
Don't dynamic tariffs depend on the quality and quantity of the information that smart meters can provide?
Yes.
Yes, of course, yes, but okay. No, the other ones aren't for us.
So
Is
one
there any
comment.
other question? Yes, from the back.
Is it working? Okay. So one comment to incentives. So I guess financial incentives are good on a daily business. So I totally agree. But I guess when we think about the last winter, energy bills was a big issue, but a much more bigger issue was brownout, the risk for brownouts. I guess this is a really strong incentive, and we have two practical examples where this just is working. So in California, they had on a regular basis, brownouts. And then they introduced what they called Flex Alert, which is completely voluntarily load shifting, but people in California participate, and then, up to my knowledge, there's no more brownouts in California. So this is just perfectly working in practice. And the other example is France. In, I guess, April 2022, the state or the energy officials asked the people to participate in load shifting due to avoiding a brownout, and they shifted about 1 gigawatt in power. So even if you are lazy and not active, you want to have everything automated, you should be educated. You should know maybe once, maybe 10th a year, it's really important that you consider load shifting next to all this automation stuff. And this is where we want to go. Some financial incentives for the daily business, but really have an educated population for the crisis.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I actually think you've answered one of the questions that has just come up. Because we just got a question online that says, can you talk about alternative ways consumers who don't have access to smart meters can participate in demand response? So that's, I think whoever asked the question, because you're down as anonymous, you got the answer while you were sending it.
Yes.
And is there anybody here from the Nordic countries who can answer perhaps this question? Is there any state in the EU which offer dynamic contracts which actually work, which are actually working and active? Is there anybody here from a member state or from a jurisdiction or from a market where that works? Yes, we have a hand up. Maybe you could say and talk about it, what the experience is.
Well, Philip Lewis, SPARS ETT. Yes, I mean, in the Nordics, very much so. I mean, all the Nordic markets have a lot of dynamic tariffs for residential customers. Norway, it's almost everybody. Sweden, it's a large proportion, and Finland, a very large number and growing. And absolutely, they are working because people are sort of using energy when it's cheaper. Just to give an example of the difference, even today, looking at my own tariff, it would be around about 16 cents a kilowatt hour for energy at the peak hours, and it would be around about 2 at the cheap hours. And of course, if you have any shiftable load, you're going to use it, especially an EV in the Nordics, but also heating. The difference in your energy costs will be massive if you shift. And we're not talking about turning everything on and off. I think that's a misconception. We're just talking about setting your EV to charge whenever you need to charge it, setting your heating to turn on and off a couple of times a day in those cheaper hours. It's not rocket science, and it's not that difficult if you have shiftable load. So I think and in the Nordics, a lot of people do have shiftable load. So therefore, it's a simple equation. So I think it is used, and it really does work, and it's just common sense. For those that can't shift, it maybe isn't necessarily such.
I read about an app, I think it was in the Nordics, where you could program the hours and how much you needed to use your car.
Yeah.
So they would charge the car just a little bit. You don't need to have it full charge. So it's very simple. It's not rocket science, as you just said.
Yeah.
And it's really reasonable, and nobody thinks about it. So it's just a matter of culture. It's mindset we have to work on.
It is, and also in terms of the communication, it shows me then each month. I have exactly that on this app, on my app, for my utility, and it tells me then what I spent on average each month for the last 3 months. So I not only see what I'm spending now, but I see the average real time. And so it's very easy to compare that to what I was paying before I got this tariff, which was way higher. Yeah.
Can we go up and down the questions? Do we have some
No, there's...
Because I can only see the last three. Are there other ones we can look at? While we pass on the floor to... So, you mentioned now how you can do it without it. So, the Minister this morning referenced a good colleague of ours, Brendan Devlin, saying that we had to be able to explain to I think he put it, the grandmother, I don't know, in Italy. I don't know why he picked Italy. And Brendan will always say something a bit provocative. But the Minister was absolutely correct. Does anybody have any ideas about how, and again, I'll be unfair and pick somebody out from the audience randomly. Does anybody have any idea of how they would explain a dynamic tariff to their grandmother? And then, because the other question is, what is the right tariff thing, and how do you go for protection? And how would they say to their grandmother if somebody offered them a dynamic tariff? So if you come along to your grandmother and says, here's a great dynamic tariff, you can save, Thomas had some numbers earlier on about how much you could save. You can save so much money. So how would, from a consumer protection point of view, how would you explain a dynamic tariff to the proverbial grandmother? And would you recommend to your proverbial grandmother to have a dynamic price tariff? Or what would you say? How would you protect her to say that this has risks? Like I said, I have a hand up for this. That's great. So that's at the back.
Mattias Johansson, Swedish regulator.
Yeah. So your
I think that
might actually have a dynamic tariff.
it's very important to say that there are different types of customers, and dynamic contracts are not for all customers. I often hear that it's kind of black or white. Either we don't have dynamic contracts, or everyone should have it. There will always be customers that prefer fixed price contracts, and my grandmother probably live in a small apartment. She does not have load to move, so a dynamic contract is probably not for her. So that would be my answer.
Yes, we have another question, which I find very interesting. Do you think gamification has a role to play to increase engagement and improve citizen-led actions?
Maybe it's actually a very similar question to Ger O'Brien's one, which hits the deformation professionnelle of all economists. Does incentivizing and motivating consumers mean penalizing or rewarding them, which could be called gamification as well?
Yes, of
so maybe
course.
we could take these two questions together. And how do we achieve it? So is it about
any experience?
Or is it about incentivizing?
Yes.
What does incentivizing mean actually penalizing people? Aoife. And so
Hi,
for those
thanks.
looking online, I've got the light straight in my eyes.
So I just thought I'd mention some of the experience we have in Ireland of trying to move people onto different types of smart tariffs. Firstly, just to say, you're absolutely right. The smart meters themselves are kind of meaningless, and we had about 1 million meters rolled out in Ireland when people suddenly went, wait a minute, that's just sitting on my wall doing nothing. What's going on here? So we had to try and explain to people, well, actually, you have to opt into a really different type of tariff, and you can't get the data to understand how that's going to work until you've opted in. And so we had a real challenge around data protection versus, your right to know more about your own energy consumption, and provide people with a little bit more confidence around how they can use these new tools and new tariffs to save money. And it's taking a while to get there. One of the things we thought was we'd use tariff simplification. So we designed a standard smart tariff that we thought everyone can explain this to their grannies. And actually, our grannies are probably better than all of us at this, because they know, they grew up in an era where actually they were very careful with resources, and they understood, saving things and not throwing things away and being careful. So we said, right, it's a bit more expensive at peak time, it's really cheap overnight, and during the day it's kind of average. And we thought most people might grasp that. I think some people use the example of traffic. It's rush hour traffic between 5 and 7. Don't go on the road during that time. Try and travel later or during the day when it's less busy, and you'll get there faster, or you'll save money in this case. So we introduced this standard smart tariff that we thought everybody will understand. And actually, when we looked at, suppliers and what they were offering and what customers were actually switching to, the standard smart tariff was probably the least popular, because what the suppliers started offering was things like free Saturdays. Now everybody understands free Saturdays, you know, and that's the kind of thing that can actually get people to really pick up on, wait a minute now, if I do all my washing on Saturday, maybe, you know, that will save me money. And I think the other part of it then was trying to get them the data before they'd opted into a tariff, because I think one of the other challenges we have is people say, well, right, okay, it's really cheap at night, but I'm asleep at night and I don't use any electricity. And actually, when you look at your pattern, you realize, my God, I use 30% of my electricity at night because everything's still plugged in. So kind of giving people information and helping them along and giving them easily conceptualized tariffs as a starting point. I think before we get into dynamic tariffs is probably the way to go. I think dynamic, you probably need smart home technology to help you manage it. You probably need to, as we've said, have shiftable load like heat pumps or EV charging. So it's just some of the basic concepts and fundamental information I think are really the ways to move forward on this. Thanks.
We've got 1 minute left. So.
Yes, I just wanted to tell you our experience in Italy with the rollout of smart meters. We had actually no issue, but it was dealt in a very non-democratic way. We just had information. All our homes had a notice by the local distributor, the DSO, saying we will have rollout this day, we will come, we will change, you just have to do it. And it went really, really easily, and we were probably the first country in Europe. So probably sometimes we just look at problems in the wrong direction, and we would probably have to think of things differently than we do. We try to convince the customer that it's good for them. In Italy, it was dealt very differently, and it went really, really easily. So,
and this is the provocative question for the last minute: are they being used?
Well, yes, probably.
Not just for like all media.
Yes, probably households don't even know they have one, which is the problem we have. So we have them; they're being used. Obviously, there's a matter of who knows how to use them and who has smart appliances to use them. So this is, of course, the situation. We will have to work on culture. It's a cultural matter. Just one last thing about the gaming question. I just wanted to tell you a funny story I read about I think it was in Australia. In a little town, they proposed a program, a demand response program, which was called Peer-to-Beer. And they would have, for whoever participated in demand response in this area, they would have as a present, reaching certain results, beers, which was quite funny. So you can also try to set up gaming situations with demand response.
I think it's now the end of our session. So I can't remember what the thing, but we now go out back to the main room, isn't it?
I think it's here.
It's here. Sorry.
I think
this is the main room.
This is the main room, so I think it'll be back here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. And welcome back to our last plenary session. I'm Paola Pino from the European Commission, and I'm very glad to welcome you now as we head towards the end of what has been a very intense day, and for some of you already 2 days. And now we'd like to hear from the 3 breakout sessions that took place just until a few moments ago. And we have here on stage the 3 rapporteurs who will share with us what has been the main takeaway so that we're all on the same page. So let us start with the feedback regarding the first session on demand-side flexibility. So we have with us Karen Trent, Director of Customer Policy and Protection and Legal at the Commission for Regulation of Utilities. And Karen will share with us the main takeaways of this breakout session. Thank you, Karen. As you prefer.
Okay, thanks everyone. So we had an interesting discussion. I suppose there were a number of key themes that came through from the participants. One of them was around smart meters and the rollout of smart meters and the fact that they're a key enabler, I suppose, for information and the ability to provide that information for customers' consumption and synthesize it and access to that information so that you can look at trends. The other piece was that smart meters are not really, going to do anything if they sit on a wall. That you have to have the customer willing to share that data and engage. And one of the things that I know here in Ireland that we have had to, well, I suppose it's a challenge, it's around the consumer data protection piece and how we can encourage customers to share that data. Consent is a big key piece in that. The other piece was around price comparison websites, and that came up within the topic of dynamic tariffs, and I think the complexity around that and the risk that are around those tariffs and how you can, I suppose, explain them to the sort of person on the street and the risks associated with them. And how you would display them on a price comparison website that would make sense to a consumer. Education was also a big part of the discussion. The words disengaged and passive customer were mentioned, and we sort of have to try and engage customers, and how do we do that? And that's through education, through advertising, making sure the customers understand the benefits that are associated with demand-side flexibility. What does flexibility mean? What does that mean to me as a customer? What do I need to do? Why should I care? All of those need to be addressed and done in a way that customers can, bite-size and that can actually understand what you're asking them to do and the importance of it. I think someone mentioned the what they call brownouts. We have amber alerts here in Ireland when the system is tight. And they talked about brownouts in California and how they addressed it. So that was an interesting conversation. The other piece was around tariff simplification. So one of the things that we have here in Ireland is time of use tariffs. Now, there hasn't been a huge uptake, but again, that is around knowledge and fear and people not wanting to necessarily change because they don't know if they're going to be penalised or if they're going to benefit from moving on to what is a time of use tariff. We created one that is day, night, peak. But again, the suppliers who are very good at, promoting their products come up with something clever like a free Saturday. And they're the type of things that we really need suppliers to get behind and push. The other then was around the dynamic tariff again. I think there was a speaker from Sweden who had been able to demonstrate a good news story around that, but I suppose that led into a discussion around shift loading and whether or not you can actually shift your load. And it's like your granny who, you know, watches TV probably most of the day and really can't shift the load and needs her heating on. And what do you do with that type of customer, and how can you make sure that they're not left behind? I think the other, we had a Polish speaker who was indicating the complexity around that, and that we're expecting maybe quite a bit from the consumer who is trying to grapple with their bill. So expecting them to be able to understand demand-side flexibility or a dynamic tariff is maybe just a step too far yet. And I think that was the main sort of themes that came through. I think it was, you know, suppliers really aren't playing a role. Automation was also another theme that came through. One of the speakers said, you know, people don't want to come in the evenings and have to think about turning off or on their dishwasher, turning on and off their tumble dryer. Automation is key, so you want the technology there that can do that. And the speakers and the presenters had presented on apps that can for demand-side pieces, and then you know, appliance automation. Really, one speaker had indicated that was missing from today, but that was key to enabling customers and also to engage in demand-side flexibility. So I think they were the key things. Yep, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen, for this very valid input. And then we proceed to the second session on energy sharing, and the rapporteur is Kęstutis Kupsis. Kęstutis is the Vice President of the Lithuanian Consumers Alliance, but also a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. So can you tell us what should consumers be mindful of when entering into and choosing between different energy sharing schemes? This was part of your discussion, and any other.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, and good to see you here. Many friends, many colleagues. It's a great pleasure, and I'm looking forward to the debate later. In the breakout session, I was selected to be the rapporteur for. We had a quite heated debate. There was a bunch of, let's say, issues raised, and we had two presentations from different models. And well, what they have in common is that deep acknowledgement that renewables are the main source of the energy in the future, because renewable energy sources are cheapest. And potentially also, when you own the production facility of renewables, it becomes definitely the cheapest one. There are nuances about that, and I think the two models provided today during that breakout essentially raised a little bit of a different approach possibility in how do you structure that ownership. So with solar being cheap energy source, you can potentially employ an energy community model and be in charge of your energy needs. However, it was quite clear to everyone in the room that there are so many obstacles for an ordinary citizen to become involved or to create an energy community that most of us would not even bother to go for that lengthy, bureaucratically complex way. And there are countries where communities are on every corner, so to say, but still there are countries where you have just nil, zero so far. So one of the models provided was just a collective self-consumption model built around an anchor participant of that scheme. Because, and I'm just giving you a citation from the discussion, because it is not ownership what counts. It is a collective usage what counts. So in that case, you, for example, have let's say a collection of 60 families using excess energy produced on top of a warehouse. And that warehouse is owned by a commercial company, by a business, or it could be a hospital, or a charity, or a kindergarten, and so on. And then you have an operator, a management company, and this is the Portuguese example, Portuguese model, that managing operator takes care of all the contractual relationships necessary to make the scheme work. So in that case, you do not create a legal entity. There is no community as such created, but the whole system of contractual relationships and all the flows of information, of money, of electricity, essentially create a community. And that's from my perspective, that sounds like a virtual community. And, well, it functions. So this collective self-consumption model attracted a lot of attention from the audience. It's a functioning. It requires an anchor member. So, as I told you, like a big company willing to expand their solar roof installation, and then they appoint this management company which takes care of the rest. Everybody profits. Consumers get to pay 20% less for their energy bills. And they are free to leave the scheme anytime they want. And the actor is engaged with that managing partner, usually in a leasing type of a relationship. So from another perspective, it's still like renewables, the cheapest, your own renewables, the most cheapest. So it is a cooperative model, which means that you essentially empower citizens to take care of themselves. There is then a very clear citizen initiative behind that, and it is there was some Dutch perspective provided to us by Siewert, and it means that you need like a right of citizens to be engaged in a local market and to trade electricity, essentially, to set their own cost, to set their own price, because they control the cost. And that is actually another way of energy sharing. Because even if you, even energy cooperatives, again, a direct citation, look like they are acting as financial institutions because of membership, because of financial investment necessary, because of this way of creating some kind of a model which is then based on financial relationships more than a collective feeling. And that's why those local markets, local sharing models are potentially a next step for us to develop. So my main takeaways personally are the following. I think that the different models, the different ideas provided in this way of self-consuming, of self-production and sharing energy and creating communities, it is indeed a very important aspect of our joint European future. Because if we take a look a little bit further than just a purely energy field, or if you go out of the, let's say, household-centric approach, then it's so important to have different models where people come together. And that's the essence of the European project. The European project as a unity of values, of people who have shared values. So essentially, the more ways you find to connect people around common problems, the more ways you find to have people join their forces. Whatever is the model, the better. That's how we build our coherent society. And also, I think it is also a good beginning to make our citizens build their own self-awareness of being, of self-awareness of being economic actors as well. Because if you are engaged in an energy community, you are essentially becoming very much aware of energy prices, of energy efficiency, of future technologies, and so on. So we are, by providing different models, we are building a society of enlightened people. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kestutis, for sharing with us these different models of energy sharing that we are all discovering together. And now to debrief us of the third session, which is about also a very important topic. How can we improve energy performance of our homes? And Vlasta Kremli is the director at the Energy Agency in Slovenia and also the mayor of Selnike ob Dravi. One of the key questions in that session was how can collective consumer actions contribute to improving the energy performance of Europe's building stock? Vlasta, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And yes, I will talk what can citizens do or how can and what can we all do to go to a greener and better future. And also me as a mayor, I have a lot of takes home from the discussion because it was very fruitful discussions. We start with the two nice presentation about the voluntary community groups for retrofitting the homes and also about the collective purchase of heat pumps and photovoltaics. And there are very important outcomes that I would like to share with you. So first, and I think this is the top, the citizens should be involved in the activities of the green transition, that if we want to reach the goals of climate neutrality. So as well, we have to empower the communities in different aspects also of planning and implementing. So to empower them, to give them enough information to work well. So we have heard about voluntary groups. So in that way, they discussed that it's quite difficult to get all this expertise and time to plan the work and also to implement the work. On the other side, we have heard also about the organized communities. They easier get people employed, so they have more expertise and they can help more. But as it was discussed, they think that it's at the initial stages maybe better to have volunteers because they can go to the people know them, they can go from door to door, they can talk, and they really build the trust, which is one of the most important aspects of the communities. As well, then it's get easier people to get involved in the organized communities. And there was also very interesting question, should the government do what the voluntary group is doing? Yeah, there was discussion about it, but as we know that most of the national or regional governments are quite far away from the citizens, so in the first step it's very good to have communities, but both approaches, top down and bottom up should be used if we would like to reach the goals. Yeah, communities should also have the master plans, that they should know what is important and where to do. And it's very important that they firstly do the activities and measures that are quite easy to implement, the people that are easy to understand, for example, like insulation of attics. And also it's very good if the communities cooperates with experts, with schools, university to get exchange information, knowledge, and also about the task force needed, like they do here in Ireland. In the second part, we have talked about the common procurement of heat pumps and photovoltaics. This is good options that you can get lower price, and also you can assure better quality. But there are still some barriers, like to have approved consumer contracts, how they can guarantee price for products and installation. And there was a big discussion about the ratio between the price for the electricity and natural gas. So it's still natural gas, very cheap in relation to the electricity. So the people are calculating, and they are not very in favor. So, and also there is a problem with renewables in multi-apartment buildings, because they have the common system, for example, like natural gas, and they have to decide. And then again, when we talk about the photovoltaics, there was again the question about the grid capacity, the flexibility, and there are many barriers around it. And if these barriers could be overcome also with the smart home approach and also the smart grid, it's really needed if we would like to be safe on the both sides of photovoltaic. And in the end, also energy poverty raised up. So it is very important when we talk about the energy poverty that we know who needs what. This is really important. And there are many subsidies programs within different countries. And, but still, there is not only talk about the money, but also about the awareness rising, sharing the information, because the groups, vulnerable groups, they have not only money problems, but also the problems with ability to understand and organize themselves to get this subsidy and to get home retrofitted. I think that was all from our group. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlasta. Also speaking from experience as a local actor, and we do know that all of this is tested with the citizens in the cities, and of course also your role as mayor, obviously very important there, with very concrete experience of the issues and the challenges. Very good. Now, as we've heard from our three moderators, we suggest now to launch the last poll of our day. And so I invite you to again scan the QR code for a last question that we then will also ask our moderators to comment on the results that you will be seeing. And the question is, can you describe in a single word what is needed to shift towards a consumer-centric energy system? After all, that's what we've been talking about. So what do you believe is the one issue that needs to happen, and how can you describe it in one single word? Not an easy one, but we're curious to see your replies. And I think soon we'll start. Trust is the first one. And there we go, with a number of input that you can see there on the screen. Empowerment coming out very, very big. And still very big. Automation taking up, information, socialism, some say. But empowerment being at the very core, but also changing the mindset, empathy, and liberalism. So we're getting political here. Very interesting. I'd invite our three moderators to comment.
Yeah, with pleasure. I was trying to capture this poll by typing quick a very single and short word that was brains. I think that education comes close to my idea. It is indeed very much a gray matter issue in our heads, yeah, which is limiting us. And of course, another issue is perhaps not inside of us, but that's more like an outside limit, is the entrenched power of incumbent, of all the power relationships which were forming throughout the decades, the generations of energy system building. Yeah? So all that old luggage we still carry with us, it limits our abilities to innovate.
Very good, and therefore also a mindset, right? So, which I think was also mentioned. Exactly, it's there. It comes with a mindset, and it comes with a change in the way the whole system is organized. Karen and Vlasta, any reactions, spontaneous reactions?
Yeah, I think knowledge, as the speaker said there. I think what's missing there really for me is, well, infrastructure is there, but I do think decentralization is going to be key for empowering customers. I think the idea that we have a distribution, certainly it'll be on the distribution side, is centralized, will move away. I really think that's what the future will hold, and we'll hopefully see more energy communities. We'll hopefully see a different way to approach the distribution system. And I think the distribution system operators, certainly in Ireland, see that what they are going to do is move away from just building wires to providing services for customers, which is a new mindset, really.
Very good. So decentralization also as an enabler of empowerment.
Absolutely.
Very good. And Vlasta?
Yeah, I will go for empowerment. I think this is the most important. In some countries, we already have a different legislation and policy framework, but many people, citizens, they don't have enough knowledge, tools, models, methods, how to really implement them. And I think this empowerment as a society, that we need more of this to really implement. And then if we use this policy, then we know what could be better or what we could change. So this is, I think it's the most, and engagement. I think this is, we have to be active citizens. With enough knowledge, then we can engage also actively.
Thank you very much. So, and it's interesting because empowerment indeed comes out very strongly, and we're moving away from the notion of just mere protection to empowerment, because consumers are increasingly having the means and the tools to actually shape the way they consume, but also that they produce even energy. So a good development there. So I don't know if there are any reactions from the floor that you would like to share with us. No, we don't see any. Well, then I'd like to thank the moderators very much. And with this, we'll proceed slowly to the conclusion of our session. So thank you very much again for your participation and for sharing with us very clear outputs from the sessions you moderated. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause. And now, indeed, coming to a conclusion of our Citizens Energy Forum. And it's been an intense day with a lot of food for thought. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists, but also all of you who participated actively. And I would like to share a very, very, very special thanks to Yves and all your team for hosting us in what was really perfect venue in a great city that I think we'll all be keen on discovering, maybe also on a private basis. But really, thank you very, very much, Yves. You've been an incredible host, with all the team, with all the crew. So a big thanks also from our side. A big thanks also to the teams in the Commission who have put together these sessions. We look forward to your feedback. But now to share with us what was the result of a day yesterday where we had the regulatory roundtable, where some of you participated, but not everyone. And we had also very interesting discussions and outcomes. And with us to share those outcomes, I'd like to pass you the floor, Eve.
Thank you very much, Paula, and thanks everybody. I have to say I'm really disappointed that the wordle was taken down, because I was hoping to stand on the stage with the words revolution and anarchism highlighted behind me, and just remind everybody that we're public servants and we just don't do anarchism really well. But we do share ideas really well, and I think that's what has been a big feature of yesterday and today. Yesterday we met with the Commission, regulators, member state representatives, industry and customer groups, and we touched on many of the same themes as were discussed in detail today. So I'll just go through a few highlights of the conclusions which will be circulated yesterday. We identified the need for clear political vision on the energy transition, and actually I think those of you who heard our minister speak this morning possibly heard that. We called for the full implementation of the current legislation, the Clean Energy Package, and more support for the new legislation that's coming down the track on electricity market reform, hydrogen, decarbonised gas markets, and energy performance of buildings. We welcomed the joint declaration for enhanced consumer protection, acknowledging that there's still 10% almost of energy consumers in Europe that can't afford to heat their homes. And we welcomed the market monitoring report by CWR and Acer, very well worth the read if you haven't seen it, which calls for interventions in support of consumers to be temporary, targeted and tailored. And on that theme, acknowledging that prices are still high and we're continuing to invest for the transition, we highlighted the need for affordability and inclusiveness. And there was a lot of discussion around how we support, in particular, energy poor and vulnerable customers, including through long-term measures like energy efficiency upgrades and renewable energy. I think in every session we highlighted the need for tailored and easily accessible information and tools to support customers on this journey with us. We highlighted the importance of collective self-consumption schemes, energy communities and energy sharing, and for all of us collectively to remove barriers and enable and support these initiatives, all of which will be underpinned by interoperable data management systems. And I think data and information is really critical through this whole process. And as part of that, the digitalization of the energy system and demand response, including smart meters, but obviously not just the meters, the services and the information that they provide, and the rewards that they offer consumers, where they are prepared to shift demand and provide demand flexibility, and the need for digital skills and energy literacy to support consumers in doing that, and to use behavioral insights and other insights to help us support customers on that journey for better understanding and better, I suppose, optimization by customers of the tools that are becoming increasingly available. We talked a lot, and I think it came through today, around the need to switch to sustainable heating and cooling solutions. And we, I suppose, identified the need for the rights and protections for consumers. Not everybody is going to be an active consumer, and we need to look after the whole range of consumers across the EU. We, I think, found it such a useful day and continue to find it useful that we called for the continuation of the regulatory roundtable on energy policy for consumers. I think in particular we find it really valuable to share best practice and find solutions collectively. Maybe one thought that really stood out for me, and one contribution came from Monique Goyens from the EU Consumer Associations, who appreciated that we had collectively got out of business as usual mode to respond to the energy crisis. And I think we need to stay out of business as usual mode, whatever that was in the past. We need new solutions. We need to share those solutions. And I think with days like this, we'll really find the way forward. Appreciating that many of you will hopefully return tomorrow for our Communities Day and find even more solutions and more insights for us. And some of you are also hoping to get on a plane fairly soon. I'll wrap up with that. I'll thank very much, if you don't mind, my own team who worked very hard on this day, and particularly the EU Commission, who I think have really supported a very interactive and informative session. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Eve, and the Irish regulator for really what was an incredibly hospitable hosting of all of us from across the EU. And to conclude, we would now like to share with you some of the conclusions of our day today, of the Citizens Forum. And we will do it, you've seen, it almost didn't fit into the screen because there was so much. And before going into that and looking into that, I would also like to share with you what I have been informed today. And Eve just quoted Monique in the need to stay out of business as usual mode. And you have heard that also in this logic, there has been a joint declaration which was signed by several associations, all involved in energy, committing to the protection of consumers in these difficult times that we lived already last year. And this joint declaration with the commitment to some basic principles in view of protecting the consumers was signed again this year. Now, ideally, from our side at the Commission, we would have liked to also see not just the associations represented there, but also the individual energy companies. And today I was surprised with a very good piece of news that actually the Electricity Association of Ireland and Dara from the EIA, I don't know if Dara is still here. No, he's not, but he shared with us what indeed is the next step, which is some energy companies themselves adhering to these principles in what is really an ambitious declaration and set of commitments. So well done for this very good practice. I think it's really a very nice takeaway also from our meeting today. And now looking at the conclusions for today, and I'm also discovering them as I look at it. So we have the 3 breakout sessions, and what can we refer to? Well, what is, how can we reduce our dependence on natural gas and the various sources there too. The role of storage, of course, and with examples in some member states, in this case in Slovakia. But energy efficiency also becoming cheaper. And we know that so many across the value chain and across society discovered actually the potential of energy efficiency when we were faced with such high energy prices. Very important, however, we need to keep it simple at all levels. And we've heard that it's not always the case. Tariffs are becoming much more dynamic, but it also comes with a certain degree of complexity. So we'll need to be able to also navigate through that complexity. Consumers should not be forced And we believe that this comes actually with empowerment information. If there is the necessary information, then there's no need to force anyone. It will be obvious, and it will be a choice of consumers to go for what are, in the end, the best solutions, which will also translate in the energy bill in a favorable manner. Then the need to, again, the education, the information, key element in order to be able to really be empowered. What we had said also, the decentralization as an enabler of empowerment, the fact that the crisis was a game changer. And we do believe that some of the issues, some of the changes are structural, and that we will not go back to the world before the crisis. So also seizing the benefits. Then even called a new industrial revolution. Not sure if there's supposed to be a words game there. You tell me. And the need also for skills, also indicated there. And indeed, we also need the necessary skills for this transition. But it shouldn't be me speaking, so I just turn to you for a possible reaction. Anything that is striking there that you would like to react to and to draw everyone's attention to. If nobody reacts, I will call on the team from the European Commission. There you go.
Thanks very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Gerald Halloran. I represent a local energy community group right here in Dublin. This is my first Citizens Energy Conference, and what I've noticed is that we kind of have like a really strong idea of what the actual things we need to do are, and there's a lot of like cross-pollination of there's common themes, right? So like, but what do we need to do to actually start like acting? You know, the energy transition, the clock's ticking, we all know. So like, what do we need to do in the room together? There's, a couple of hundred people here easily. So like, what do we need to do to start like actually moving things forward, you know, and acting and implementing all the good things that we're talking about today? You know, that was something I should have brought up earlier, but I'm bringing it up now.
Thank you very much. Yes, now the work starts with this, right? It's about implementing, and each of us in our different roles plays a role in the implementation of all these various takeaways. Any other reaction? Yes, please.
It's just, I don't see the word on the table, so it would be to make sure to lift administrative burden. Mm-hmm. I think this is one of the key things if we want success. It's an NRA saying it, so we are also facing administrative burden when trying to accompany the market as facilitator, and when we control, we do our job, but we also have to be able to do it with less burden. And when we talk about engaging citizen, the more it's complicated, the more it's heavy administrative work, the less you'll get in citizen involved.
Very valid point, which was indeed raised also this morning in terms of the complexity. It's not enough to have the rights, but then we have to also make sure that actually the beneficiaries can have access, make use of it, and if it's too complicated, this is a clear obstacle. Any other reaction, comment? Yes, back there.
Just to say, in these days of very high pricing, in terms of empowerment, I think the most effective way to empower the citizen is to incentivize the citizen to get involved. And the best way to incentivize the citizen is to give him a competitive price.
Thank you for that. So really the incentives also in the form of the price and how we can make it more accessible, more affordable the energy transition, and that will bring along the adherence, the embracing. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. It's been I think it's my anniversary of the Citizens Energy Forum, so maybe 10 years or something. So yeah,
15.
Yeah, but 10 years for me. So it's,
Okay.
I've seen the change, and congratulations on this because it's very, very successful. The thing is, I still feel that we keep on being very top down. And somehow the Citizens Energy Forum is about the people. So this doesn't really reflect how the situation has changed and how people have been driving so much change. So it's not that we have empowered them, but we have provided tools for them to take ownership of the transition and gave them power somehow to act.
Mm-hmm. And absolutely key, and it should not be top-down, and on the contrary, and that's why also in this forum the idea is to really bring also the voices of the consumers, notably in the form of the consumer associations present here today. And by the way, on this, the fact that we meet in this forum once a year doesn't mean that we are not listening also for the rest of the year from you and from all of you. So any suggestions that you would like to share, you know where to reach us and all the team, and that's extremely welcome. It shouldn't be reduced to this one moment in the year where we all come together. Yes, please.
Thanks very much. Just to build on what this lady has been saying, I mean, this is the first time I've personally attended the forum, but I've been working on the topic for quite some years. And to perhaps substantiate and monitor a bit better what happens next year, I think it would be good to take stock and reflect every year what has been implemented, of the ideas, of the reflections, what have been the key obstacles, and get a nice snapshot every citizen forum so we know what's changed, what's pending, and we can also monitor the progress in 5-10 years time, and we can credibly say what approaches we can uptake and transfer also outside of Europe. So I think this would be an interesting follow-up to next year's event. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. Well noted, and in a way we tried this year also to look back into what were the lessons learned from the past year. But now as we move on, I think it's very good to indeed see, can we maybe even have some indicators of where we should be reaching the next year in terms of very concrete deliverables. Any other suggestions? I don't see any. Well, thank you very much for these spontaneous reactions. You will be seeing the conclusions of both days, both today's Citizens Energy Forum and the regulatory roundtable, which takeaways Yves presented to us. They will be in the website of the Citizens Energy Forum and the European Commission website and the NDG Energy, so you'll be able to consult those conclusions and then indeed have them a bit maybe as a guiding reference also for what should be takeaways and issues to monitor, to implement between now and next year when we meet again. So thank you very, very much for all your very active participation, and hope and wish you a very safe return for those who still stay tomorrow for the discussion on the communities. Wish you a nice stay, and we'll keep in touch. Thank you very much.